Nothing is faster and more exhilarating in chess than a bullet game. It's all about quick thinking and taking advantage of every opportunity when it comes. Blink and you'll miss it.
How did he do that?
Despite its popularity, bullet chess only has one annual championship tournament. And now, entering its 5th year, the Bullet Chess Championship is stronger than ever. 3-time champion Hikaru Nakamura again looks to defend his title and add to his impressive trophy case.
A brutal finish. Nakamura officially has won.
The only player who has ever stopped Nakamura in this event also returns to take another shot at it. 2021 champion Alireza Firouzja.
That's it?
Competing with these champions for the first time in the format, the best all-around player in the world. Magnus Carlsen has dominated chess seemingly forever, but he's never played in the Bullet Chess Championship. Will one of these big three of Bullet take home the $20,000 crown? Or can someone else claim the title? Maybe Naroditsky, Tang, Hansen, Caruana?
It's me! That is the Fabiano finale.
In this speediest of speed chess championships, only one champion will emerge. Welcome to the 2023 Bullet Chess Championship.
Happy International Chess Day and welcome back to the Bullet Chess Championship 2023. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is, once again, Grandmaster Simon Williams. Simon, we missed you yesterday. Hope you had a nice day off. What'd you get up to?
Yeah, thanks, Robert, and happy Chess Day to everyone. It's good to celebrate our favourite game. I was supposed to be doing a simultaneous at a club, but it got cancelled, so I actually watched the dodgy horror film instead, Robert. So it was kind of relaxing, but it's good to be back looking at this crazy but exciting tournament. And Robert, I heard I missed some action yesterday as well.
Oh, you certainly did, and I'm a fan of horror movies as well, so no need to be ashamed. Don't judge us, everybody in chat. But yesterday, there was a bloodbath or two at the Bullet Chess Championship. So let's look at the bracket, remind you of what happened yesterday. That bloodbath was Andrew Tang taking down Eric Hansen by a score of 14-3. That was a very one-sided matchup. Andrew Tang, of course, he is known for his bullet chess prowess. There was a DQ, Amin Ohanian, he couldn't make it. He was in transportation, so Bortnick moves on. Paravyan, I think he's been the underdog story of the event. He beat Min Lei, who took Magnus Carlsen to task a day before that. And of course, Jose Martinez, he beat Denis Lazovic. While in the winners semifinals, that's where much of the excitement was at the end of yesterday's session. Nakamura takes down Naroditsky, and we had a really hotly contested match between Firouzja and Carlsen. The youngster, now playing for France, he took down the longtime world number one. So Simon, that sets us up for a fantastic day of chess today. We will start in the losers bracket before eventually going up to the winners final. But so many big names remain in the field, and yet we had to say goodbye to a bunch as well.
Yeah, it was a fascinating day. I mean, I was checking very briefly when the film got a little bit too scary for me. Actually, I don't really get scared by horror films, but I was cheekily checking my phone because it was such an exciting day of chess. But we got another one today, as you mentioned, Robert, and we do start with the losers bracket, and that means that our first matches today, I think it's our first 4 matches, are all death or glory. If a player loses, they are out of the competition, and that is extra pressure, extra tension, and it's going to be a great day of chess. We're also here for a while. I think we're here for about four or so hours, so you guys at home, you can settle in, get the popcorn. You know, save your horror films for another time because you got me and Robert to keep you happy.
Yeah, they definitely do indeed, because it's going to be a great day of bullet chess. As you mentioned, we will start in the losers bracket with that matchup between Bortnick and Paravyan. And we should talk about Bortnick. He didn't actually play yesterday. He made it through via disqualification or forfeit, walkover, whatever you want to call it. That's what happened. And he is a star. 3367 peak bullet rating on chess.com. He also can dabble over the board, winning the 2023 Charlotte Open. And I think what made him more famous in the chess world was in 2019, he took down Alexander Grishuk and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the Bullet Chess Championship. He lost to Hikaru Nakamura in the final, but that is when Danny Wrench, he named him Bortnick Strong, the flex of the muscles, and Bortnick made it all the way to the final. So as we catch him on camera now, Simon, He does have a tough match at Paravyan, but we know what this man right here is capable of.
Yeah, 100%. Bortnick has proved himself time and time again. I mean, he's a great player at all time limits, but the shorter the time gets, the stronger he becomes. He's proven that just before, So it's going to be a very tough match for David. But David has been, I think, shocking some of us, shocking me at least, with his victory over Min Lee yesterday. Because we have to remember that Min nearly knocked out Magnus Carlsen, but David destroyed him. So this one, I have to say, Bortnick is probably the favourite going on track record. But if David plays the way that he has been, it could be a very close match.
David's peak bullet rating above 3,200. If he's going to beat Bortnick today, that peak rating will get even higher. But he has had some great successes of his own. Not only did he qualify for this event, I believe he and Jose Martinez, the last two qualifiers standing in this field, he beat Grishuk and Lazovic along the way. But Simon, you were there 2020 in Gibraltar when he won the most prestigious open event in the world.
That's right. I commentated over in Gibraltar for a long time. It's one of the strongest open competitions. Incredibly difficult to get in the prizes there, let alone win the competition. And that just shows the strength of David and what he's capable of doing and his skill. He's not your average grandmaster. He's got a lot of talent. And clearly when the pressure is on, he performs better. And he's going to need to use that pressure today because if he loses, he's out. But the same goes for Bortnick. And I guess, again, how the match starts is going to be so important in that one.
Yeah, as you're saying, Bortnick the favorite, but in 30 minutes of bullet, really anything can happen in a matchup like this because Paravyan is that strong, and there is a lot at stake. So sometimes players, they rise to the occasion. Others, unfortunately, collapse under the weight of that burden, that pressure. And the winner makes it through to the losers' quarterfinals where Daniel Naroditsky awaits. That's not going to be an easy matchup for the winner here, but they're guaranteed a cool $6K. That is the good news. The loser, they're out of the competition. They still get $4,000 for their efforts. That's good prize money, but they want to keep on in this event. They want that chance to play against Danya.
100%. I mean, that is a big prize playing against Danya. And also, the difference of $2,000 is a lot of money. I mean, in half an hour, how often can you win $2,000? And I'm trying to work out how many dollars that is per minute. 30 minutes, and it's $2,000. I'll let someone in the chat do the maths.
Unless Robert, 66 and 2/3, so 66.66. 666.
Oh, you're just a genius. More horror film vibes going on there, but that's nicely worked out there, Robert. Really, yeah, that's not bad cash, right? Per minute. I mean, wow, do that for a while and you'll be swimming in it. So it's a lot of money and a lot of pressure for both of the players.
But Bortnick, he seems pretty calm right now. I mean, he is the favorite in this matchup. He has that experience that we were talking about. The 2019 runner-up to Hikaru Nakamura. He beat Grishuk and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave along the way. These are two former number twos in the world. So some of the best players in chess history went down at the mouse of Bortnick. And I say mouse for a reason. When he gets in the scrambles, Bortnick is so fast. And Paravyan, he's proven himself along the way. He's taken down Super Grandmaster Dmitry Andreikin and then Min Lee, who gave Magnus Carlsen all he could handle. So Paravyan is not somebody that you should underestimate ever again.
100%. And we mentioned David's victory yesterday against Min Lee, and the other thing we've got to bear in mind is that Bortnick didn't have the match there yesterday, so there may be that extra form that David's had more games, he's on a roll, could play in his favour, and again, he is the underdog, I'd say, just going on track record, but he's going to need all that like luck of the roll, using the pressure well, and his past great results from yesterday and the day before to carry on in the match that's going to happen very shortly.
I think it's a good note, though, that Bortnick didn't play yesterday. And sometimes, okay, it's one day, you're not going to be super rusty. He's a streamer, he plays all the time. But you want to be in the flow of the event. And Paravyan, he's not just in the flow. I mean, he's flowing. Those victories were flowing in the last couple of matches. So I feel like Paravyan's in really good form right now. And it's accumulated over the last couple days. First, he lost to Daniel Naroditsky. Everyone loses to Daniel Naroditsky unless you're Magnus, Hikaru, and Firouzja. But it was giving him a fight. So Paravyan, he's really proven himself over these last 3 days. And why not a fourth good day of action from him?
100%. And the game seems to have started, which is great. As before, I think it's going to be very important how the start develops. And this position here, I'm happy to see black playing h5, stopping white pushing the h-pawn. I actually lost the game very quickly in nearly exactly the same opening against David quite recently, and he knows this very, very well. So we saw even Fabiano getting a lot of problems against his Jabava London system with the black pieces. So the opening stage, I think, is going to be rather key, Robert, in this match.
This is a complete opening win for Paravyan. Not only on the board is he perfectly fine. Look at the clock. He is up 20-plus seconds against Bortnick, and that's bad news for Bortnick. If the match is going into preparation territory, I mean, Paravyan is one of the best prepared players on the planet.
Yes, totally agree. And this position here, it probably is fairly even, but if you compare the bishops, black's bishop is just clearly better. I think I'd prefer to be black here, and he might just pick up a pawn now. So already going a pawn up, and he needs to start strong. This is one thing we've made clear, because when Bortnick gets going, he can just get a really strong roll, and that could be another pawn dropping there in the board there. So looking good for black.
Yeah, what play from Paravyan here. Every move with purpose, and he is up so much time. But this is where Bortnick can trick you. You feel like, okay, I'm going to win on the clock, and then he gets into Superman mode and plays at a lightning pace. I don't think he's going to get this one, especially with the G-pawn running up the board. But there it is. Bortnick just picked up a bishop, and his rook was ready to stop the pawn.
Yes, and black playing for the win there. Very brave play. Will he go for a draw now by moving his king backwards? The white rook gets behind the pawn, and I think black should have taken the draw there, Robert. This is really risky play. He's going for the clock though, right? 2 seconds is enough time for white.
I think that Paravyan's about to get this one. He just needs to keep his rook and pawn on the board. He's doing just that. 0.4 seconds, and there it is. So Paravyan does get game one, but did you see Bortnick cut the time deficit from about 15 seconds to 4 by the end? He is scary fast, and I'm just letting everybody know, if you have not watched Bortnick play Bullet, that's what you should keep your eyes on. Not the clock at the start of the game, but when both players get around 15 seconds, he gets into that next gear, and it is just so seriously impressive.
Yeah, he's got the turbo gear charger. It's like if you've seen Fast and Furious, when they put that stuff in their engine and they press the button and they take off, and that's the turbo gear button you need. The one danger I would say for Bortnick is maybe his openings a little bit. They're quite predictable. He's played the Alekhine here. Actually, he's got a perfectly good position as black, but the Alekhine does have a rather dubious reputation, and surely David has done some good preparation. And this position, well, it is ending up probably a bit better for black here with the extra pawn.
Yeah, completely agree that black gets to keep this c-pawn. It doesn't look like the best one, and now it's... Wait, what? That was just a loss of a piece. And it's so funny how engines are, right? So I mean, this is equal, and I do believe it, because it's only a knight for a pawn, but not many pawns remain, and they're all on the same side of the board here. White's not going to lose it. But when you look at this position, you're like, yeah, black should win this most of the time.
I 100% agree. I mean, he is 2 points up if we're going to do it by the old school kind of point system. And the knight is really tricky, right, Robert? Especially in blitz chess. And here there could be a mating net. If the knight comes down in front of the rook, the white king could be in a lot of trouble at the right time. And there you go. There's the blunder. That knight just proving to be too strong.
Yep, he falls into a fork, but as we're saying, there was a mating net as well. Very difficult to deal with multiple threats, especially when low on time. And we get this Jabal London again. So Bortnick, he's even up the match. He's going back to his tried and true opening. But I really feel like Paravyan, he is going to have the edge, as you've been highlighting, in the opening stage of the game. He is so well prepared. He loves his solid openings from the white side. With the black pieces, he prepares deeply. And this is a player that, as we talked about, you saw him win Gibraltar. That's a classical tournament over the board where Hikaru's won that many times, and a lot of Super GMs play.
100%. And you're right about the opening, Robert. It's very important to pick up on how the trends are going in these quick matches, because they could play lots of games in the same opening position. And I feel I've looked at this line a lot myself, and it's one of the problems with the Jabava London. White is okay, but if White does try to push for the win, Black gets lots of counterplay against the White King, as we're seeing here. Whose king is safer? That's the important thing at this time limit. And I think it must be Black's king, which is, well, much safer in this position.
What a decision by Bortnick to take on a3 with the pawn. I think he didn't want to give up the g2 pawn, so that's why he ruined his own pawn structure. But Black's king, safe and sound, tucked away. Who cares about that extra pawn? No one's counting the material, but actually, I'm about to look for a checkmate over here, but c2 is hanging. And that may ensure, I was going to say a draw, but he blocks it. He wants a win, does Bortnick.
Does he want to win? Yeah, I mean, that's a very brave decision. The queen comes back, stops all the checks, and it still looks like Black should be doing well here with that pin on the white rook. Black putting the pressure on there. It's equal on material, but again, it's the white king which is in more danger. That's very important at this time limit. And what a move there. Checkmate on the board. And that gives David a lead. I think the opening could be so important, Robert.
Yes, it will be. And Bortnick, he's played so many games because he's a streamer, he's playing all the time, but Paravyan is so well prepared. You really can't say it enough. It's impressive what Paravyan does. He gets positions he feels very comfortable in. Look at this position. It's just an endgame where equal material, but you look at the light square bishops, it's kind of like a French for Black, and that bishop on d3, it defends everything. It also looks into, it peers across the board into Black's position. I would say that White typically has a slight pull, but bishop b5, playing a4 to a5, I didn't like that decision from Paravyan, although now that I say that, the rook on b5, it may have a little bit of trouble getting back in the game, but it doesn't matter when you're picking up all these pawns.
Yeah, I mean, it happened so quickly yet again, and the one problem Black has here is that rook you've pointed out, and he's now trying to get that rook out of danger, and it should be a safe extra pawn for Black. White's pawn in the middle of the board on e5 is also a big weakness. You can see that one getting rounded up as well. So in this position so far, Bortnick has a great chance to level the score. I think we're going to see a very close match though, which is what we want to see, isn't it? Close match.
Oh, we definitely do. And also we're seeing, if this game concludes the way it looks like it will, a fourth, and it has concluded, a fourth consecutive win for the player with the black pieces. So it goes Paravyan, Bortnick, Paravyan, Bortnick. One of them has to stop this trend if they hope to win this match.
And look at this, Robert. We now see Bortnick decide to play e4. He clearly wasn't happy with the way the opening are going, and I think this is a very wise choice. When things are not going your way, you've got to switch it up. That's the sort of positive about playing the same opponent. You can prepare better. You can work things out on the fly. But again, Black has a very comfortable position here, I feel. Everything developed. Black's rook comes into the middle. Only thing I would say is maybe the Black king is slightly weaker than White's king. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it does look that way at first glance, but the way that Paravyan's playing, it looks like he's shoring up his king safety. And I just want to give a shout out to Bortnick, because a lot of chess players are stubborn. They're like, I've done the research. I've prepared for years in this opening. I'm not going to change it. No, it's not the opening's fault. I just need to play better. He recognized that Paravyan was getting good positions every game, that he had the black pieces. And, look at that tactic, Simon. Yeah. If that was captured, the rook on f2 was loose. He picks up material. Paravyan is on fire right now with the black pieces.
He is. That was a brilliant spotted tactic. And you can see on the camera, Bortnick very disappointed with missing that move. And here, well, obviously Black has the extra queen. He's using Harry, and his pieces are coordinating so well. The white king is just too weak here. It should be knight g2. We'll finish it off. There you go. Probably time to resign. Just resign is that saying again. It's time.
The first one of the day, I get the feeling it will happen more than once, especially because you need to have the gamesmanship down. You need to know when to resign early or when to keep fighting. Yesterday in the second game against Hikaru Nakamura, Daniel Naroditsky saved a lost position down a piece by playing on, and he played it forever, but that was early in the match. It's still early in this one, over 20 minutes remain, but I think for Bortnick, he's just not feeling comfortable yet, because Paravyan, he has this good opening preparation, and he's not letting Bortnick off the hook when Paravyan has the edge.
100%. And as you said, it's now 5 wins in a row for the black pieces, which is very peculiar normally at this level in chess. But a big score. This one, though, I have to say, is one of the only positions where I'm really starting to prefer white. Because black's pawn in the middle, it should be weak. That move is given as a blunder. I'm not sure why it was given as a blunder. A bit above my head there, I'm afraid. And black fighting back now.
And that was a really nice move by Bortnick to get his rook activated, and then a nice retreat by Paravyan. This is a winning king and pawn endgame somehow, and you know why? This pawn on g6 can't move. So if you get an extra pawn, and look at this, black has an extra pawn on the king side, white has an extra pawn on the queen side, but only white's pawns can push up the board. It is a winning king and pawn endgame for Paravyan all of a sudden.
100%. This could be the first, and it should be the first win for white. White's pawns should queen on that queen side. They're much more dangerous. Why is he thinking he's just got to push? And here you go. You're going to see a pass pawn being made. Any chances of black? Well, black's going to have to get a little bit lucky here. But this is going to give David, if it goes the way we think it's going to go, a 2-point lead. He's going to queen first. He's got 10 seconds left. It should be enough time to win this one.
And this is where pre-moving comes in. You see Paravyan's speed. That's a checkmate on the spot. And Bortnick, you saw he's flustered right now. He's like, what am I doing wrong? And the answer really is, what is Paravyan doing right? It's the opening stage. It's the precision. It's the endgame technique. Well done for Paravyan. And Bortnick, he goes back to the Jabal of London.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to know good opening as black against the Jabal of London, I do recommend they look at this line that David is playing. Like I said, I lost horribly to him. Myself with the white pieces, and it is one of the critical lines at this moment in time. But in this position, I think white's done a much better job than some of the other games. Getting the queen off, I think, helps white, because the white king has been in a lot of trouble, and maybe even that black rook is going to start to look very stupid here.
Yeah, and that's why he sacrifices. That's great recognition by you and by Paravyan. I don't want that silly rook. I'm going to get in trouble in the dark squares down the line. Let's just give up that rook, shatter white's pawn structure. But Bortnick's handled it perfectly. He put his bishop on c3. No infiltration squares for the rook. Watch out for some checkmating nets, but the king safely scampers into the middle. And I think that Bortnick, with the lead in the clock, with extra material, he should be able to secure victory.
He should be able to, and he probably needs this one. Otherwise, he's going to go 3 points behind. So this is an important game. He's relying on his C pawn and maybe his A pawn to come rushing through. Black does have a bit of counterplay, though, now on the king side. It's simply a race here, isn't it? Who's going to queen their pawn first? And it looks like white should be winning that race.
He didn't throw in rook b1 check. If he checked the king first, there would be no rook a5 shutting off the black rook from the a file. So nicely spotted by Bortnick. Unfortunate slip that happens in bullet for Paravyan. That was a well-played game, though. I think we have to give Bortnick the credit for bouncing back after a couple difficult defeats.
100%, and that closes the gap to 1 point. Only 1 point in it. And we see, yet again, another sharp Alekhine opening, and so far I am preferring white in these positions, because it looks like white's king is just the safer piece here. That pawn on e5 in front of white's bishop often gives white good attacking chances, and now he can take his pawn back. But I don't know. Bortnick is he's proving he's changing my mind on the Alekhine. I'm now thinking maybe I should learn the Alekhine. maybe this is kind of an opening for me, Robert. He's making it look good.
He does, because he actually works very hard on his openings, and it seems like that was a mistake, a bishop sacrifice. If you take it, there's queen a4 check, and that's why he didn't capture. But what I'll say about Bortnick is he created this course on the Jabal of London, and wow, he is now up a piece. And with Daniel Naroditsky, he also knows the Alekhine inside and out. So it may be a dodgy opening in the classical chess levels, but he works super hard. He's a lot of experience. So yeah, if 92 check, nice fork there. He's taking this game. He has evened up this match.
Yeah, it's all level now, and we're back to where we started. Okay, we have the e4 opening from Bortnick, and these positions generally should be quite even, but the flow is currently with white at the moment with Bortnick, and can he keep it up as he goes? This seems like, again, like a position where I prefer white, I think, because black's pawn in the middle could well be weak later on.
And it's gone. So he sacrificed it, but for this tactic, don't take that bishop. That is a poisoned bishop. There would have been a bishop h2 check, and that would have discovered the queens against each other. So instead we get into an endgame where white is up a pawn. So Simon, you're 100% correct. We look at the position. It's a clean extra pawn for Bortnick, and he takes there, and he's just going to win another.
Yeah, it's 2 pawns up. It is opposite coloured bishops, meaning if the rooks come off, probably a draw. But the rooks aren't off. The rooks are on the board. And also, white's rook is doing a great job of stopping the black king moving towards those passed pawns. So, very difficult position of black, probably losing. Now white is getting ready to support his pawn, support the advance of that pawn, but he's just improving his pieces as much as he can first. And I think that b pawn is going to be a winner here.
It's running up the board, and as you said, opposite colored bishops often give drawing chances, even down a couple of pawns. But this is probably lost in classical chess, and it's likely lost in bullet, except for the clock. I'm looking over there, and it's Paravyan who's up about 6 seconds, and Bortnick's trying his best, and maybe there's something here for him. Oh, he can sacrifice a piece because the b pawn was that good.
And he's fighting back a bit. I mean, there's not much. Oh, as soon as I say that, the rook drops and white takes a very important win there. You can see David laughing on the camera there, but he's probably crying inside there a bit. And I think this Alekhine opening at the moment, like I say, Bortnick is making it look pretty good. Black's positions are not as bad as I thought they would be.
No, and this looks like a Scandinavian all of a sudden. So it looks like he learned from Min playing the Scandi structure. David Paravyan beat Min Lei yesterday. That was an upset. And he wants to land another one in this match against Bortnick. And I feel Bortnick gaining that confidence. He started off, he lost game 1. They were going back and forth. Then Paravyan won 2 in a row. But suddenly, I'm sensing Bortnick recognizing, I've got this one.
Agreed, and he is gaining confidence. His play is getting better and better, and you can see in this position, if anyone has the advantage, it must be black, because white's pieces on the queen side, they're sleeping. You don't want to have sleeping pieces, and that's why black is now playing for the win, not taking a draw. Extra space of black, and look at that open file as well. That's a very big open file, and now a pawn to boot. What amazes me, Robert, is just how accurate these guys in this competition they perform. It's quite phenomenal. The level of their chess is really amazing for the time limit. It's incredible.
Mistakes inevitably will happen in bullet chess, but as you're indicating, very high level of play. And we see black up a pawn. Can he convert this? He should start pushing that h-pawn. Get 4 in a row. Connect 4 along the 5th rank. That should be good for black. But unfortunately, he's a little bit tied down over on the queen side because of this pass pawn situation for white. I'm looking at the clock. And now suddenly Paravyan is down on time. And we know how lightning fast Bortnick is.
Yeah, I think the clock's going to be the key thing on this. Black is doing well. Black has the extra material, but it's 8 seconds, 7 seconds each. And who is going to lose on time? It looks like Bortnick has the speed in this one. That is the key thing.
He's
3 seconds now. So fast. Can he get rid of that bishop in time? He can.
He's just pre-moving, right? He's just going around the board with his knight. It's gonna just be pestering white, and he wins with a second to spare. It was really close on time, and then the end gap, 1 second. That may not seem like a lot, but it actually really is in bullet chess. So we have to be mesmerized by the late game speed of Bortnick. He'll be down on the clock early, and it's in part because of his opening repertoire. I think he gets some shaky positions, but the way he's able to weasel his way out in any time scramble, I mean, it's such really high level stuff.
Yes, agreed. And I think he's found the right opening as well to play. This seems to be giving him, as white, much better positions than the Jabava London was. And you mentioned it, Robert, that ability to adapt. And I think it's a real skill in chess. You could say in life as well. You learn skills in chess that you take over to life. Like running around like you're playing bullet chess. No, that's not always the case. But adapting. And I like what he's doing here. Look at the queen and the bishop. Okay, but black's managed to get the queens off now. That's really helped black's structure a lot.
And what's going on here? It's an even material endgame, but black's pawn is in white's camp, and white's pawn is in black's camp, and I think white is better just because the e4 pawn sticks out. It's overextended, and he's taken. Oh, he goes back. Now that is classy. He didn't want to allow the black rook to get active, so he just walks his king back and says, "Your e pawn's going nowhere."
Yeah, very clever move. One of the most important things to remember in rook endings is the activity of your rooks. And whoa, can you play pawn on? What a tactic that is! Look at that. The black pawn suddenly becoming a queen, and that is very painful for David there. Another potential loss here.
Well, I mean, David, I think actually is the happy one right now. He's getting it with the black pieces.
Oh, sorry.
So, no, based on what we've been seeing in recent games, it seemed like it was all Bortnick, but suddenly Paravyan is the one in charge, and he needed this game so badly, and he is taking it. He's up on time. He's up a queen, and as long as he doesn't blunder all his pieces, it's a win for black.
Yeah, and with the time as well, he should be just putting this in the bag now. My mistake there. Important win for David. It goes so quick. I sometimes lose track of who's playing. It's it's the speed it is. But I think the gap is only 1 point now, with 9 minutes to go, and they have to win by 2 points as well, right? To go through.
They do. So a 1 point deficit, that's not the worst thing in the world for Paravyan, but it's not good to drop your d4 pawn. I have to say that sometimes you do it, you get initiative, but usually you don't like to trade queens in the process.
Yeah, it's all okay to sacrifice, but you've got to get enough compensation, and generally when you sacrifice, as you mentioned, you want to keep the queens on the board. But this has maybe given him something. 2 bishops, the black king not entirely healthy. Okay, it has now castle, but with 2 bishops on the board, you're always, in these kind of positions where there's open lines, going to have compensation. And I might even prefer white here. Bit easier for white to play.
Bishop c7 is coming. He could have taken on d8 and bishop c7. He is again. If he trades rooks and plays this bishop c7 doesn't work now because the knight protects the other knight. But he had it, and I was waiting for it. I was like holding my tongue, being like, watch out for that idea. And it's sometimes you're in the flow, you're just coming up with moves, you trust your opponent. But we do have the eval bar off to the side that helps us in addition to coming up with some of the tactical shots that, if they don't work, who cares? We can take the move back. But the players, it might be their last chance.
Yeah, and he just played it one move too late there, didn't in the position. It's still, I think, quite dangerous for black because of this pawn on the side of the board. And look at that pawn go. The knights are kind of dominating the bishops though, and that knight getting over, but 5 seconds up on the clock for white as well. How do we rate this ending? Probably good for white.
But 5 seconds lead, I don't think is enough for Paravyan. Just the speed that Bortnick plays. And look at this. The advantage is going up and down, back to the middle. They're both queening here. Oh, and that was a blunder. That will end the game right there.
Yeah. Do we have a level? I think we have level score now, maybe.
We do.
As I make it. And you can see Bortnick very upset with that one. This is really, really tense. And the reward, if you win this loser's bracket, is that you get to play against Danya. And I don't know what kind of reward that is. It sounds quite scary. But it's going to be tough for these players today because they want to stay and they have to win 2 matches, right? 2 matches in a row.
And, that sounds more like a punishment to me. I don't want to be playing Danya in bullet. He's too strong. But both of these players, on a good day, they can take down pretty much anyone in this competition. Okay, Hikaru, Magnus, Firouzja, they're always going to be difficult to beat. But Bortnick and Danya have played each other so many times. And in this game, Bortnick seems to have the upper hand. He's going for checkmate. The side with the safer king usually is doing well in bullet chess. The king on g1 is tucked at home. This king on g8, there's a lot of weak squares in front of it. But that apparently... Oh, knight takes c4.
Wow, what a tactic there. Spotting the move very quickly, but I still actually... Oh, he's playing such good defensive chess. I was going to say I'm actually preferring white because the knight and queen are very dangerous, but I love what black has done with the dark square bishop because that dark square bishop can get rid of that knight. Very tense position here, though.
Yeah, just don't move your knight on f6 because then queen h7 is mate. But now you can take on g5 and take this bishop on f7. That's exactly what Paravyan, I thought, was going for, but he brings his knight to e4. So what is happening? The white bishop escapes, steals this g6 pawn, but suddenly black is winning according to the evaluation bar.
Wow. Some amazing tactics there. Oh, look at that. That was Queen E1. Just about keeps in the game, but he picks up a piece there. Incredible tactics. Black doing very well on the clock and on the board. And this is going to, I think, and it does, give Black the lead in the match. Could this be an upset in the making? David taking the lead. I think one of the, well, certainly at this point with 5 minutes to go, very critical. Bortnick needs to crunch back now.
If my numbers are correct, Paravyan won 2 in a row. Bortnick then bounced back with 4 straight wins, and now Paravyan has taken 3 games in a row. So they're going on streaks. Bullet often is a match of streaks, and we see in this game that Bortnick, he's back to his Alakon. He's getting active with the queen, bouncing around the board, and, well, it looks like a fine opening. It hasn't gone badly, but the clock situation. Paravyan is over 15 seconds ahead, and Bortnick, as we've seen, is super fast, but he can't afford to be down this much time.
No, time is so important. There's probably some formula out there at this level which gives you a pawn is worth like 5 seconds or 10 seconds. And what is this move? He's gone for a crazy sacrifice there. That doesn't look entirely sound, but we've mentioned this time and time again. The side who is attacking often gets the win because attacking is so important at this speed limit. But Black has back rank threats as well here, Robert.
Queen D1 right now. He almost pre-moved that. And there's one check on C4, but Rook D5, the knight defends it, and that blocks the check. That was amazing vision from Bortnick.
Brilliant defense there. I would never have seen that myself. And Black is now serious material up. He's got 12 seconds. It's probably enough for these two at this speed limit. And look at that, a beautiful back rank finish to win the game. And that levels the score again. They are neck and neck. What a match to get us started. You cannot tell the difference between these guys at the moment, right?
We're completely spoiled. This match has been stellar, and it's 3 minutes plus to go. So if somebody can win this game and win the one that follows, they may win the match in regulation. But it seems, based on the back and forth nature of it, that extra time is likely. And apparently that was a blunder. I think there was bishop takes f6 there. A pretty elementary tactic if they had more time to sit and calculate. But you have to be very careful here not to blunder something because you'll only have one game after this to make up the deficit. Ooh.
I love what Black's done with the knights there, but maybe that last knight move was a little bit too much and very aggressive play from Black. But you open up your own king as well. Whose king is weaker? Again, this important idea. Maybe Black's getting ready to sacrifice in the middle. That could be interesting, and he does. He sacrifices for what he hopes is initiative. But look at the Black king. The Black king is actually now proving to be, I think, the weaker one. Maybe just rook takes knight. The Black king is in so much trouble here.
Although, good on Paravyan to make this only a 1-pawn deficit. He encouraged an exchange sacrifice in return. So it is better for White. Right now, it's about 7-second lead for Paravyan, but we keep seeing that Bortnick, he's down on time, and then he just pre-moves everything in the scramble. So King F3. I guess the queens are being traded, but that was not on my radar.
Yeah, it's a hard move to play when the queens are still on the board. But White is trying to get ready for the ending, and there's good chances that White can get the win here, get the rook active, take some more pawns. Is there any drawing chances of Black? Well, it's a lot of pawns here. This should be a White win. Keep an eye on the clock, though. It's going to be an important factor.
That's exactly why I think Bortnick is going to win this game. I'm looking at it. He is just pre-moving left and right. Every move seems to be pretty strong. Paravyan actually is taking the lead on the clock. Maybe I'm underestimating how quick Paravyan is, but there's a queen. It is landed, and 2 seconds. Does he have enough time? Oh, he's barely getting the moves up. 0.5. I think he got it. 0.3 seconds left for Bortnick.
Wow. What a win that was, taking the lead. And this is a massive game. If Black wins this game, it's very likely that Bortnick will be playing against Danya in the next round. So it is so important that White just doesn't lose here. And this is the key game.
Yes, and Bortnick down a few seconds in the opening. That is par for the course in this matchup. The knight on e5. So Paravyan, he's throwing his pawns forward like he's been wont to do. And I have to say, I really like White's position.
I like what White's doing. Going for the attack, G5, brilliant move. The Black King looking, well, very exposed here, with the White Queen about to jump in. So Bortnick is trying to sacrifice to take some of that pressure off his king. Maybe a good practical decision. And I love that move as well. F5, what a brilliant move, Robert. Trying to open up the Black King even more. Getting ready for the bishop, the only bishop on the board to fly in. This is looking good for White, but he must get a result here. If somehow things go wrong, he's out.
Yeah, if he loses this game, he is out of the competition. That would be David Paravyan. But right now, he is up a piece. He's going for checkmate, but he gives away the d4 pawn. That's not mate.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very scary, this position for Black, but Black is now equal on material. White would love to get the rook to check the Black King, but the White rook is always blocked here. Good maneuver there, though. That was really, really clever. Yeah,
he walked into a fork. And he missed it. You can't miss forks like that, but he has a second chance.
Did see that?
Oh my goodness. If there's a checkmate, maybe this was really clever stuff, but he walked into a fork himself.
Unbelievable.
And Paravyan's up on time. He's got to move. Paravyan's got to move. Why is he frozen?
Oh, no. Unbelievable, this.
And Paravyan, he is slightly... No, he's using his time a little bit too much. He needs to move more quickly. He's losing on time.
He's only got a second left. He's got to move quickly. He's got to pre-move. And he fell for that trick. And he's out. And he loses. And we have a winner. Bortnick has gone through in a game that he should have lost. White. Oh, there's another game. Is there another game?
No, I think that they're just so used to pressing the rematch button. But Bortnick, the person you see on the screen in front of you, he moves through to face Daniel Naroditsky. What a game that was. It should have been Paravyan's game. He had the lead on the clock. He was up a piece for some pawns. But Bortnick, he just does it so often. He comes back, he stares defeat in the face, and he steals victory from the jaws of defeat. So Bortnick moves on. That was an pretty close match. I mean, that went down to the wire, but when all is said and done, Bortnick proves why he's so highly rated on chess.com. Simon, for Paravyan, though.
Yeah, I mean, that really didn't deserve a loser, that match. I mean, they were both neck and neck, and that last game, the pressure got a little bit too much for David there, and he missed this knight fork. He could have just won the rook and won the game, bringing it to a tie-break situation. But I think the fighting spirit from Bortnick, that was what won him that match. And also, it won him an extra $2,000. $66 a minute we worked out, Robert. Or you worked out, should I say. So, good work there.
Well, great work from Bortnick. That was so close. It went down to the final game. But he wins. It doesn't matter how he got it done, just that he did so. He gets to play Daniel Naroditsky a bit later today in the losers quarterfinal. So Bortnick moves on. Unfortunately for Paravyan, that's the last we'll see from him in the 2023 Bullet Chess Championship. But we have so many great matches ahead. Andrew Tang against Jose Martinez will be the next match we cover. But first, we're going to head to a break because when we return, we'll bring the man you just saw deliver victory, Alexander Bortnick. We'll interview him. We'll hear his thoughts. And I certainly can't wait to hear how he feels after that fantastic match. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
We are glad to be joined by the winner of that very tight match, Alexander Bortnick. Sasha, congratulations on what was an awesome match to watch. How are you feeling? Are you finally able to breathe a little bit?
Oh, hello, commentators. Hi, Chad. Thank you so much. Oh, that was actually a very tough match. He was extremely fast, and we're just playing, some bullet games. And I watching my clock. I'm down like 15 seconds every game. Every single game, I just was behind him on time. And I didn't recognize that was final game, actually, we played. I thought it's more like 2 or 3 games more. I even didn't see what the score is. It was really fast in the end, and hopefully I won. I won the last game.
Yeah, it seemed like a very exciting match. It was very close. You seemed super focused there, and we were talking about your openings a bit and the use of the Alakine as black, and obviously the Jabava London. We saw you switch the Jabava London out there. And do you play the same openings in Bullet that you play in classical chess generally?
No, absolutely different. I'm not using the Alakine or Jabava London because against 2600 when you play in, that's not the best opening choice for the classic. But in Blizzard's always work. Like you could see, so probably I won more games black than white, I guess. And why I switched the openings, because I just forget my own course. That's like always when you're working a lot, you're just forgetting the line. And I remember that's good position for white, that line he used, but I don't remember the move. And in Bullet, we don't have a time, recognize exactly what's the move. And after the first game, when I got the losing position from the opener, I said, okay, need to change my opening for sure.
I've just had something there. I know exactly the feeling when you make a course and you forget about it. I've had the same problem with the Jabava London as well. It's an easy mistake to make.
We read your book, actually.
Oh, look at this, Simon! You've been an influence for Sasha here.
Well, it depends if he liked it or not. So, but it's, thanks for reading it anyway. So, but yeah, very very exciting match though.
Yeah, and Sasha, a question I have for you is: you started out by each winning a game with black. It would, he won, you won, he won, you won, and then he won 2 in a row, and then you won 4 in a row, and then he won several in a row. How does that feel? Like the roller coaster of a Bullet match where you're trading off win streaks. Does that ever get you nervous, or do you just think it's part of the game?
Of course we are nervous so much. I remember I just lost like 2 games in a row with absolutely winning positions. And I already started to make a little tilt because, come on, I was lead like already +2, and then you just angry on yourself because that's a problem. Actually, you have to be calm during the whole match. When you just calm, like for example, Hikaru, he just every single game, like first game, even if he losing, he can like start. Nothing happened. Let's keep going, just, and that's. Actually very good. I don't know, I need to learn that too because I have some problems with my tilt. So, but hopefully we finish good.
It's easy to get emotional, and your win though in that game, you probably know who you're playing next, and you're playing Danya next, and I know that both of you have made this great course on the Jabava London. I'm hoping we're going to see 1 or 2 Jabava Londons in that match. But what are your feelings about facing your friend Danya?
I will try to avoid actually Jabava London for sure.
Okay.
This hard always to play against your friends, especially when you worked a lot with that guy and he knows your weaknesses, he knows your strong sides. But I will not be so upset if I will lose because one of us will go to the next stage. So we'll see. I will try, of course, to fight my best. And friends, chess doesn't have friends, Yeah, and when we play in the board, that's no friends there. Yeah, so definitely will be some dirty flags from him. He's really fast. So rook against rook. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, I mean, Sasha, it sounds like you're a good friend that, no matter who wins, you're going to be happy. But you're also a prolific streamer, so I want to give you a shout out for that. Do you feel like, Hikaru often says that streaming, his fans, they give him confidence. I know you're not streaming at this moment, but have you felt that along the way? Because ever since 2019 in the Bullet Chess Championship, when you made it to the finals, it seems like you've just been an online star in all these tournaments.
Yeah, I'm not streaming because I think maybe it will help actually in the Bullet. You are more concentrated, focused because people just watching you in the chat and you just don't want to don't wanna. No, need to just find a word. What? Don't wanna look bad, like. So maybe maybe I should actually stream too. But when we started, we could use the headphones actually, and it's only for in the second day because I like to hear the music and listen to music when I'm playing. So yeah, let's see.
My last question, I'll let you prepare for dining, but my last question is, what music do you listen to when you're playing?
Absolutely different. Absolutely different. It's in my playlist. I have some rocks. I have some deep house, even some classic music. So it's I don't know. I can listen. Just I have to like the music and that's it. And have something special, guys.
Well, we'll let you listen to them. Some music, prepare, because we know you have another match coming up shortly. But thanks so much, Sasha, and congratulations on what was a fantastic match win.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Well done.
And that is Grandmaster Oleksandr Bortnick. He beats David Paravyan in a really close matchup in the loser's bracket round 3. He moves on to face his good friend, as somebody he works with, Daniel Naroditsky. But before we get to that match, we have Andrew Tang against Jose Martinez, better known as Jospim, coming up. That should be another exciting bullet matchup because Jospim qualified his way here. Andrew Tang was invited and yesterday looked like the Penguin GM that everybody out there knows and loves. So it depends on what form each player is in, and if the first match is any indication, we should have another barn burner of a match coming up.
Yeah, 100%. I think they're all going to be very close today. I've just got that feeling that we're going to see lots of the games come down to the wire. And the other reward that is going to be offered in that match to the winner, not just an extra $2,000, which is a tremendous amount for half an hour of chess, but the winner of that match gets to play against Magnus Carlsen. And I know all these players really want to play Magnus because he is a legend. You get a chance to play a legend, and that's a really cool prize, right, Robert? Playing Magnus.
I think everyone they relish the opportunity to play Magnus. And Andrew Tang is somebody who is very familiar with Magnus's game because they have played countless games over the years in all type controls, especially Hyper Bullet and all that stuff. But he is a 2-time Bullet Chess Championship runner-up. He is prolific in content creation on YouTube. He streams on Twitch as well. He's a recent graduate of Princeton University. He talked about his trips with his friends, but right now he is going to sit in that chair and play Bullet for 30 minutes because he is a tough opponent in front of him in Jose Martinez.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close match, and we know how strong both of these players are. How quick they both can be, and who are you going to pick, Robert? I mean, I'm going to go for Andrew. I'll put my neck on the line there, but I also have a feeling this is going to go to tie breaks.
Okay, so Simon calls for tie breaks, and well, the person who may help determine that is Jose Martinez, because we know what Tang can do when he's at his best, and that is often. But at his best, at his peak, Jose Martinez has been over 3,200 in Bullet on Chess.com. He won the Under-18 World Championship. That is a huge accomplishment for any player, and he won the first qualifier. He beat Suleimanli, the Azeri Grandmaster. He beat Emin Ohanian, who we saw earlier in this competition, beat Anish Giri. Emin Ohanian, an international master from Armenia. And there is Jose. He's from Peru, but lives in Mexico, and he looks cool in that jacket.
Yeah, he does, and I would not be surprised at all if Jose wins the match. He's a very, very strong player. He's very good under pressure. He's proven that in previous matches, and as you mentioned, he plays a lot on Chess.com. He's a bit of a legend on Chess.com. Everyone knows Jose, and this is going to be another exciting one. But just to remind people, they are playing for a chance to face Magnus. They're playing for an extra $2,000. And the loser is also knocked out. So how much more can you put on the line than those big things there? That's enough, I think, yeah? Don't put any more pressure on them.
Yeah, their pressure is on themselves. They just want to win. That's what they're aiming for. The money, they'll deal with it after the fact. Oh, I could have won $2,000 more. But right now, they want to move on here in the BCC to play Magnus Carlsen. I don't even think that's on their mind, because if you're playing Jose, or if you're Jose playing Andrew, that's already a big enough challenge. You don't need to think about the world number one. That's in the future, and you may never get there. So Andrew's the favorite. You said it. It's just true. He is the higher rated player. He has a wealth of experience. He goes toe-to-toe with the best players on the planet. But it depends on which Andrew shows up. And I really mean that. The Andrew that showed up against Danya, I don't think that will necessarily get it done against Jose. But the Andrew we saw yesterday, and in the first match up when he beat Andrekin, that Andrew Tang is scary.
100%. And we'll find out very, very shortly which Andrew is going to be playing. And if you're wondering in the chat, Magnus will be playing later on, so don't worry about that. The best player in the world is due to be playing the winner of this match. And very sharp opening already.
And is this some kind of theory that I don't know about? Because they made all their bunch of moves in 5 seconds each before Tang paused and brought his king up to F2. I like Black's position. We keep saying it. The side with the safer king is usually the happy side in Bullet, and Black is a safer king and is up a pawn.
Yeah, agreed. Black has the extra pawn. The king is on F2. It is only one pawn. It's not a winning enough material advantage at this time limit. It's more to do with the pieces, and Andrew does seem to be unraveling his position a little bit. That knight grabbing a nice square, but this bishop doesn't have anywhere good to go. Okay, it dives into Black's position there.
Yeah, so it's all the way in Black's camp. The A5 pawn is loose, and Jose says, go take my queenside pawns. I'm going after your king. I want checkmate. And here go. Now White is up a pawn, but Black's pawns are storming up the king side.
They are, and there they go again up the board, and it does seem like Black has some initiative here. And remember, that is the most important thing at this time limit. Get the pressure. That rook gaining a lovely square in the center. Andrew's got to do some defending. If Andrew can defend this, he will convert his extra pawn, and there it goes. That extra pawn, but Black is now threatening checkmate, and just defending in time.
He missed mate. If he started with Queen H2 check and then played Bishop A6, Black would have won the game. So he took too many steps before acting, and that is going to cost him, as now suddenly it is White with the attack and the extra material.
Very good spot there, Robert. I didn't see that, and you're completely right. He set up the checkmate, but he could have checkmated straight away, and now the game is totally turned around. But Rook G2, what was that move? Was that a mouse slip? I feel that was a mouse slip, but the time... I didn't even have a chance to look at the clock there, Robert. I don't know how the players managed to look at the clock and the board at the same time. I can't as a commentator.
That's why he made the move Rook G2. He stopped any sort of checkmates that would happen on that diagonal, and it took Jose some time to figure out, wait, is that piece just hanging? And he grabbed it. So I think Andrew, he just showcased his speed. That was a really nice effort at the end by him, but Jose had a winning position. I mean, Jose is going to regret not taking that first game.
Yeah, every point is going to be critical in this one. And moving on to the next game, White does have an extra pawn, and it looks like White has the better attacking chances here. Look at White's light square bishop. This is a key piece, and the queen threatening some big check there. Black has to weaken his king even more, and now the white knight has some holes it can move into at the right moment. Can that knight move in now? It looks very tempting. He's just pushing the H-pawn here. Very interesting position.
But he just blundered something on the back rank, it would appear, but no, that was not right. Maybe there's just a simple Rook D1 instead of Rook C8 check. It's so tempting to give a check, but there was pin action along the D file. He's going for a mate. Knight of 6, Rook G8. We see what's trying to happen, and he walks right into it apparently, because Rook F1 check for Black. Apparently that's just one check, and you don't have a follow-up.
Well, we will find out here. The Rook surely can check. Now, I mean, it still looks dangerous, but you have Queen takes C1, so if the Rook checks, the King comes here. This is the first time I've ever tried doing arrows. So the Rook checks there, the Queen can take it. Look at that, Robert. I actually used the arrow button in Bullet. Are you impressed?
I'm very impressed. I'm proud of you, in fact. And I think we should be proud of Jose as well, because he's rebounded from game one, and I don't see any safe checks for Black anymore, and that's why Andrew resigns.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty nice finish in a very, very complicated position. And they're back on straight away with the next game, and they're following the same opening as before, but this ended up being very good for black here. And maybe this is knight d3, I think, is the improvement. I'm getting a bit carried away with these arrows now. And white, I like white's position. He's got a lovely hold of that square that his knight's on, and he's also pushing on the king side.
Yeah, no, this looks suddenly like white is definitely in charge. And that's like, ooh, a protected pass pawn on the 6th rank. That is not good news for Jose. And, well, he's been able to stabilize a bit somehow. This king on g2, also not the safest piece with a rook coming to g8. So he goes for that right here. And that king on h3 actually is... Oh, queen f5. He blundered this pawn. I was about to say that rook was tied down. And now bishop d6 follows with checkmate.
Massive blunder there. And all of a sudden, the white king was the major target. And Jose taking the lead. And someone mentioning that they didn't see my arrows. I'm a bit disappointed about that. I'm sure I didn't make them up. Maybe I did. Maybe I just had them in my mind. I might try them again at some point, but it's very quick for arrows. And here we go. Black winning a pawn immediately in this game.
Yes, and that's a pretty important pawn right in front of the white king side. And, well, now that the position is where we're at, the extra pawn is on e6. So it's not going to help making a pass pawn, and that means it's maybe not the biggest deal in the world. And this bishop on g7 doesn't really have any targets to work against.
No, I mean, I don't think this position is that bad at all for white. And look at that knight, Robert. That knight has a juicy square in the middle of the board. I mean, you know, that knight is as good as any piece on the board. And in actual fact, I think I prefer white here. The extra pawn is irrelevant. And who's got the easier play?
Oh.
That rook can come in with a big check. All the white's pieces just dominating here.
But when that king was on d6, he missed knight takes b6. The c-pawn was pinned. It was so tempting to bring your rook into the game. And now that his rook has won the h7 pawn, you can hardly blame him. It just seems like Jose is taking everything right now. Oh, and he wins the b5 pawn? Oh, whoa, the rook on g7 was hanging. Oh, you know what happened there, Simon? He expected knight e8 check, which would have protected the rook, so he pre-moved king back over to e6. That's why it is so important not to be down on the clock in bullet. Then you don't have to pre-move.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where what can you do, you know? You have to pre-move occasionally, and here Andrew loses another game with just missing that opportunity there by pre-moving, and he goes 2 points down in the match. And we get this same opening again. I think white seemed to be doing all right from here, but black gets lots of chances to open up the middle. That's why black continues to play this way.
Yeah, bishop takes e4, and he doesn't even take the piece, because after knight takes e4, maybe there were some complications. He said, I'm just going to open up the center, and this looks great for white. If you take on b6, the pawn takes back. That is another healthy pass pawn, so he gives up the exchange instead, but this is clearly good for Andrew Tang.
Yes, got the rooks look very good. Rooks work really well on open lines, and both of the white rooks are on open lines. There's an extra white rook. So white should be getting 1 point back here. This is a game I think Andrew must win. He doesn't want to go 3 points down in this match. If he wins this, there will only be 1 point down with plenty of time to go. So Jose's got to keep trying. Andrew's just got to keep his head in a sensible place here and maybe get the queens off there. He could have gone queen in. I'd be wanting to get the queens off if I was white.
Yeah, I'm with you. Rook takes e6. That's why I kept the queens on, because he was waiting for a tactical shot, and that's resignation from Jose. That means 3-2 lead for Martinez still. So Jospin, was a rough one for him, but for Tang, he needs another victory to even up the score.
Yes, we saw this opening before where black did manage to get a tactic against the pawn on h3, so it seemed to work out opening-wise quite well for black. But a very sort of equal position in the middle here. Black's double pawns can be a strength. And there goes a pawn. I think Jose just blundered that pawn, but it's not so clear because white wins a pawn back in the middle there.
Yeah, Jose has blundered a knight pawn in consecutive games with the white piece. He blundered the g pawn, now blunders the b pawn, and he's trying to bring his knight into the game, but that d5 pawn, it's isolated up there. So it seems that, nice move, knight c3. This d5 pawn is a goner, and that should leave black much, much better up material.
I like what White's done though. Rather than trying to hold on to the pawn, he jettisons the exchange, and it's all about trying to remain as active as you can. And the White Knights are a little bit tricky here. Black should of course be winning this position, but you've got to watch out for the Knights. And I like what Black's done, closing it down in the middle. But Jose creating idea after idea. And look at that. He gets the trick in.
Wow. What a find from Jose there. I actually did not like Andrew's decision to play c5 and allow White this pawn on d6, but it seems like the b pawn, that's the strongest piece on the board. Not the strongest pawn. That one's running to the other side.
It is, and it has touched down and become a queen, and this means that Andrew should certainly be leveling the score now. He's just got to stop those pawns. Great technique there. Give up a rook for one of the pawns, and it's now all even. The matches are just so close today. They could not get closer.
It's what happens when you have these superstars of the bullet chess world. And this opening that we keep seeing, I've never seen it before. So I am actually receiving a lesson. Thank you to both of the players. I don't really like this position for Black. I liked it in the first game because White went wrong. But I love this position for Andrew. The C-file is semi-open, and that's good news for the rook. And the king, especially after G5, that king is exposed.
I agree with you, Robert. I think in bullet chess you might be able to get away with this kind of opening as Black, but positionally it should only be White who's better. But again, Jose creating chances. He's a very brave player. This is what I like about Jose. He will grab a pawn even if it looks scary, and he's grabbed those pawns there, and now he's able to swap the queens off. But White getting active with the rooks. This could go either way. Very tense situation. Remember, whoever wins this one takes the lead in the match.
Wow, how many passed pawns does somebody need? Black has 2 of them and a third of the A pawn if it can get running. But I like what you said there, because I didn't even see that A2 pawn was hanging when Jose took it. But he has this full board awareness and that bravery, that courage to steal a pawn and then bring his queen back. And now he has all of these passers. He is down a couple seconds. That might, in the back of his head, worry him. And suddenly, this king on H8, it's not very safe anymore.
Oof. I love what Andrew did there. I mean, he had a very bad position, but he kind of tricked Jose. And this is now the seesaw. I love the seesaw. And look at that, seesawing its way to victory. There's a checkmate with the rook coming in the corner. Brilliant bullet play from Andrew there. He shouldn't be able to defend against those pawns, but he tricked Jose in a very nice style.
What a game that was. Topsy-turvy. Jose probably quite upset because he was leading this match by 2 games. Now he is trailing by 1 after Andrew's latest victory. And what is this? Some kind of temporary peace sacrifice. They're really showing me openings that I know nothing about. So I'm appreciative of these players.
Yeah, I mean, they're both... this 4 nights we're seeing quite a lot, and their understanding of it is quite phenomenal. They seem to be getting very equal positions out of the opening. But Jose is in a bit of a dangerous situation here because I feel he's worse here. The 2 bishops look good. Black's majority of pawns on the king side also look strong. And if Jose loses this one, he's lost, I think is it 3 or 4 in a row? And that's when it starts to get really bad because Andrew will grow in confidence and grow on the scoreboard as well. So what is happening here? Is White fighting back? I think Jose's fighting very hard here, doing a great job.
Yeah, it looked like a Sicilian all of a sudden, and now it looks like great knight against not so great bishop on f8. And that move, rook d4, he's allowing bishop g7, but he's just... Wasn't there knight a7 over there? That was a fork.
Oh, wow. Well spotted. Knight a7 would have won material. That would have been a great move. This position's still very unclear. Black has the extra exchange, but I love the white knight. And to my eyes, the white king looks to be a lot safer. So can the white knight and queen get in? He's going for it. Beautiful idea.
Wow. And rook d7. No, throw in rook d7. He had rook takes d7 check first, and he would have been up a queen for a rook. Instead, we have 2 rooks against a queen. That was a huge mistake from Jose. And I look at the clock, though. He actually has it on time. I didn't even look that way. It's so hard to keep up with these players.
It is, and again, you just don't have time to look at everything. Surely, I don't know how they do it. I've said it before, but Jose wins a very important game there in a position where it wasn't so great, and it's equal again. They have 16 minutes to go.
4-4. This match is knotted up once again. And, ooh, look at this position. I mean, white just has the advantage very clearly. You have so much more space. Is that really a bishop on h7? It's not doing much of anything. And here comes the pawn storm.
Yeah, the pawn storm on the king side looks much more scary. To black's credit, black has created some counterplay on the queen side. You look at white's pawn on b3 by the bishop. Maybe that could be taken. Quite risky taking it because you could walk into a pin. Jose's trying to work out if he can or not. But white's striking first with that g5 move.
And I think you can take with either piece, but taking with the bishop seems smart to me. The f5 pawn, that's the only square where black can put pressure on. And f6 is hanging, h7 is hanging. Is king g7 the only... He gives up the house.
Oof. Okay, so what's happening here? I mean, the black king seems to be in serious trouble. Can you get the rook in? This move looked natural, but the evaluation bar does not like it. White goes a rook up, but is the black queen getting enough checks?
Apparently there was something there that allowed black to survive. I'm not going to pretend like I could see that. There was probably one move only that allowed black to keep the balance. But now we're here where the white king is looking very safe. All of white's pieces are surrounding it. And, okay, there are no more attackers to work with, so Jose resigns.
And Andrew takes the 1-point lead. And here, actually, this opening, I would have been very tempted after g6 to have taken on e5. That could have been a very interesting opening idea, but we don't really have enough time to go into deep opening analysis, I feel, Robert, in this bullet competition.
No, unfortunately not. I'm trying to learn, but they're moving so quickly that I can barely see. Okay, that move was played. Okay, that move was played. And here we see pawns are going up the board for Jose. He likes his pawn storms, and it's connect 4. He won.
He made the connection first, definitely. Black does get his knight to a nice square, though. It's always a bit dangerous to the white king with a black knight hovering around it like that. And I like what Andrew's done, creating counterplay. Another good move from Andrew. He's ready to strike on the king side. White's completely dominating on the other side of the board. But king side attacks are much more dangerous than queen side attacks because the king is over there. And if you break through, it will be checkmate.
My head has been on a swivel, looking at the queen side, looking at the king side, looking at the queen side, the king side, and the eval bar is now seesawing back down. Apparently, queen takes f3 was better, but that might have included a queen sacrifice with the rooks looking down the f-file. But this still looks unclear to me. I see the eval bar saying that black is much better, but it's a situation where the black king is... Okay, well, that gives up an exchange. He doesn't even capture it.
It's changing so quickly. Now it's the white knight which seems dominating, and white's pieces suddenly creeping into the position. It has been about the power of the knights today in these matches, and this could go either way. This one, this could be a key turning point in the match. Let's remember Andrew is 1 point up, and it seems like he's going to win this one and go 2 points up. Big game for him.
I think Jose pre-moved rook f5, not considering queen back to f7 to block the check. So Jose was trying to pick up the pace, but unfortunately for him, he was not able to see everything that was happening over the board, and when you're pre-moving, that often happens. So it's a win for Andrew. Now with the white pieces, it seems like he is a very solid center, and that c4 pawn is overextended, and now the black king also feels vulnerable.
Yeah, I really didn't like the g5 move that black played, because we're talking about king safety, how important it is in bullet chess, and you only want to expose your king by pushing the pawns in front of your king if there's a good reason to do so. A bit like classical chess. Your king, you have to be very careful about its security. And the white piece is now starting to encroach upon the black king's position. And if Andrew wins this one again, the lead is growing and growing. It could be 3 points. The rook swings over. Black can't survive this, surely, Robert.
No way, especially after that cruncher. Your king takes the next rook swinging to h1, delivering a checkmate or winning all the pieces. So that was another win for Andrew Tang. There's still 11 and a half minutes remaining in this match. So there is time for Jose to catch up, but just the way those last bunch of games have gone, it seems like Jose is bordering on tilting.
Yes, it does seem a bit that way, and the flow is with Andrew. I think we've seen what Andrew's turned up though today, Robert. It's the dangerous one, and a dangerous Andrew is capable of beating anyone The winner of this match will play Magnus as well. How many times do you think Andrew has played against Magnus in bullet chess? That's an interesting fact, stat we'll have to find out later on.
I would say too many for their own good, but I don't think anyone can say what's good for Magnus' chess. He knows what's best for it. He has been the highest rated player in chess history. So, yeah, I'm not going to question what they do. It's been good for them both. And this position looks good for white because that king on g7 looks vulnerable. And now we've the board cut in half, where white has an extra pawn on the king side, black has an extra pawn on the queen side, but white's king is very safe. And, that looks like there's an option. And, f5 is a great move.
Fantastic move, just opening up the black king, and you hit the nail on the head there, Robert, just pointing out that the black king has no protection, and you need to have protection, and that king, it needs to have a bishop around it, and white's just opening it up there. Maybe the queen can even come in. Queen takes h5, look very strong there, but this is also a very good move. Yeah, no way you can survive this.
Jose learned, Okay, was that another pre-move? Because he was up a rook if he didn't go knight f5. So there have been these moments where maybe Jose's pre-moving a bit, but Andrew has no time. So he probably was thinking, if I don't win by checkmate, I'll win on the clock. He wins with 15 extra seconds. So Andrew has been down on the clock in quite a number of games. So that, I think, is what Jose can rely on as we reach 9.5 minutes remaining in the match.
Yeah, 2 points in it at the moment as well. So there's still time. 9 minutes is a lot of time for one of these matches. And they're playing quite a solid position here. This is the kind of position I think Jose plays really well. You know, just maneuvering his pieces, kind of waiting for the opponent. And I would say that's kind of Jose's style. He's like a viper. He just sort of waits there, and he will just strike as soon as he gets the opportunity. So you can see the black pieces in this hedgehog formation. They look passive, but they wait for their opportunity. And there you go, just repeating the position again.
Yeah, Jose, the pressure's not on him to win this game. He has the black pieces, so even though it's bullet chess, some of those mantras still exist. In d5, that's one of those critical moves. Can you get away with it? And if you play too early, it regularly backfires. But that's why Jose, he's just hopping around with his knights. He's up 5 seconds. He's playing really quickly and very accurately.
He is, yeah, and they're both just sort of dancing around here, seeing if there's an opportunity. The problem with these kind of positions is often if you're the first person to push a pawn, you just make your position worse. So you kind of want to try to do as much as you can with your pieces. And here you go, Jose strikes. Is it that Viper strike there in the middle? He opens up that bishop in the corner of the board. Look at that bishop, Robert, the light square bishop. Brilliant play from Jose in this game.
This has just been a stellar game, no matter the time control. And Andrew sacrificed a piece because his position was already in grave danger, but there's no attack. Look at every move Jose has played. He keeps a 6-second lead on the clock. And this has been just maybe the best game of the match from start to finish.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's been very, very good quality. And Black's kept his cool. His time should be enough here. We know how dangerous Andrew can be, but should be a win for Black, and it will be just 1 point in it there. Checkmate on the board.
That was seriously impressive. That whole game was a spectacle, and now it's a 1-point match. So the good news for Andrew is he still has the lead. The bad news is Jose is the one with the confidence. 2 wins in a row, and that very nicely played game. And we get a position where, okay, I wouldn't say there's much of an advantage for white, but now we see actually a bunch of trades, and it got tactical out of nowhere.
Yes, and we see an ending now where white has the extra pawn, but black's rooks are very active here, and black should just about have enough in a critical moment. But okay, actually that pawn is scary. Scary as anything. I saw a couple of people in the chat, and hello to the chat, asking what was next, and we're still in the losers bracket, but we go up to, I think it's, let me get this right, is it the quarterfinals or the semi-finals? The next round anyway, just as I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's the quarterfinals. Yeah. So Bortnick will play Danya, and then the winner of this match will play Magnus. And for a long time, at least for the last stretch, it felt like it was going to be Tang who was going to move on. But suddenly, in this endgame, the advantage was really high in white's favor, and now it's back to drawish territory, and he doesn't have enough time. Look at Tang ahead on the clock. It's a change of pace for him, and now he's winning.
Wow. King and pawn endings, you would have thought they're quite easy, but in actual fact, They are so complex, and I would recommend to anyone, if you want to improve your calculation, start with king and pawn endings. It's the purest kind of calculation you can get, and this should be a draw, but black has a bit of a time advantage, so you might as well try and win here with the black pieces.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where as white, I can block with check, and then he trades off the queens. But it's like, you know it's a draw. Like, come on, just give me the draw. Like, no, I'm going to try to flag you. And Andrew is not accepting the draw yet. He's wasting some of the match clock. I wonder what his strategy is.
Well, he still keeps the 1 point lead, so maybe he's just trying to keep that 1 point lead, because if he wins one more game, he gets to the magic 2 point lead, and that will be enough to win the match. We see one of my favourite openings here, the collie. This is a really easy opening to play with the white pieces because you have a simple attacking plan. Bishop takes h7 is devastating here. If white can play that move, he might just be checkmating. So, for example, it's given as a bad move, but maybe not for the reasons that we're seeing there.
Yeah, I think there's 94 ideas. He could have played it earlier when there was a pin on the knight on d2, something like that. But this position looks perfectly fine for black. And in fact, I prefer black's position. The semi-open c-file is nice for black to use. And now, especially that the light square bishops are coming off the board. Whoa.
Yeah, I agree. And that knight in the middle of the board, the black knight, which white now removes, was just so strong. But black's other knight has a beautiful square. Look at that knight as well. And the bishop, black's pieces finding tremendous squares here. And
is this just an eternal pin? Like, that pin's not going anywhere. You can't move your king. You can't block on the diagonal. And wasn't there queen takes d3 a moment ago? Excuse me, queen takes d4.
What?
That knight was pinned.
What happened there? What happened there? Black just sacrificed a piece. He didn't need to do that, Robert. There was no need to sacrifice a piece.
Time trouble does bad things to us all, and look at the clock. All of a sudden, Jose is down under 10 seconds. He should resign, right? Speaking of match strategy, he needs as much time remaining as possible, and he is down a full bishop and a full 12 seconds.
I agree. This is a great time to resign. Just make sure you have to keep an eye on the clock. There's no danger for white here, and he does. He makes the right call. It's 2 points up for Andrew now. Jose under a bit of pressure to get a win on the board.
And Andrew goes to the French defense. So an interesting opening choice by him. White is going to throw those pawns forward on the king side, but black is saying, your king's on the queen side. Maybe I can muster up some pressure against it.
I mean, there's knight takes f7 here. It would be very interesting. Bringing the black king out. Knight takes pawn in the position. I don't know if it works, and that's probably what Jose is now thinking about, because he's tanking a lot of time. He decides it doesn't work, so that could cost him.
And now Andrew is the one thinking, and he's trying to figure out a plan because he brings his queen back to c7. White has been pushing pawns at the board, g5, h4, h5, but he goes for this, and h7's hanging. So Andrew gives up h7 for f4. I think that gets him activity, but maybe that king on f8 won't find true shelter.
Agreed. If the queens come off in this kind of position, black should be better because black's pawn structure is better, having more central pawns, but okay, actually now Andrew's taken over the initiative as well. He grabs a pawn. This could be a very big game if black can convert it with 2.5 minutes left.
But I feel white's king is safer. Sorry, Simon. I feel like white's king is safer right here. Rook h1 at any... Oh, can't go rook h1. I forgot about the bishop on b7.
It's an easy move to miss that one. I was thinking the same. Use the h-file. Get your rook over there. I was thinking here, maybe... this could be a crazy thing to do, but maybe Jose... No, I was thinking maybe he should resign and just get on with the next game, but it's a bit too early. Could this be... Oh no, he's fighting back now.
Oh, it's still... Queen takes
the
check.
bishop with check.
Oh, that was a huge blunder, and he's got to move. He goes king c1 to avoid the checks, but now...
Checkmate!
Mate in one.
He thought it was check there, and he fell for the checkmate, and you can see the disappointment on the video. That was a major win, Robert. Could that be the match?
3 points with only 120 remaining, unless Andrew loses in... I think Jose's a pre-move the entire game, and that's what he's doing. If he can win this entire game off of pre-moves, he has a shot, but... it's hard to beat Andrew Tang even when you're moving slowly in a classical game. So beating him solely off of pre-moves, not likely to happen.
I love that idea though. Winning a game of chess against someone as strong as Andrew Tang by pre-moving the whole game. I mean, that would be quite legendary. And you're right, it's probably the only tactic you can do. And well, actually, Black has some chances here because there's 54 seconds left. So the point being, 2 points is enough to win, and Jose needs to win 2 games. If he just wins this 1 game, it's not enough. 43 seconds left. It's going to be quite close if he can get through.
I'm keeping an eye on the match clock and on the game clock here. And C2, there's Queenie 1. So he might win this game, but I can sense by Andrew, he's probably looking at the match clock as well. And now it is official. I think I'm looking at the time right. There are 15 seconds remaining in the match clock. Andrew has 18 seconds on his clock, so he could always just lose on time. And he's getting checkmated. That doesn't really help, but he knows he has made his way through to face off against Magnus.
Wow, only seconds in it, and
wait,
you can see.
What just happened?
How did he survive? I don't know. I thought that was checkmate as well. I have no idea what happened there.
I think Jose is just pre-moving like nonstop, so he didn't care about the checkmate. But this is funny.
I thought it was checkmate as well, and the next thing you're losing. We can't even spot checkmate anymore. That's how quick and crazy this is.
Wow, if Andrew wins this game, no way. No, it's a draw. Oh my goodness, that would have been, just add insult to injury. But Andrew Tang moves on to face off against Magnus Carlsen. And the game that you can't see right now on your screen, they're just messing around. But Andrew Tang, he moves on to losers quarterfinals. He takes on Magnus Carlsen. That was a close match, Simon.
That was a very close match. I mean, the scoreline maybe at the end. I'm amazed we haven't actually gone through to, prolonging the matches with tie breaks, because they've been so close each match. And the other thing I think is, Andrew's so relaxed, isn't he? He's probably the most relaxed player around, because this is bullet chess. But he doesn't show much emotion, very quietly spoken. And I remember in one of these events, he actually had a heart rate monitor, and his heart rate didn't even go up that much. My heart rate would be around 180, I think, if I was playing in this. I'd probably just die of a heart attack. But it doesn't happen with Andrew. He's able to control his emotions so well.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable, and he plays engine-like moves, and sometimes I guess you have to be a bit robotic in your demeanor and do not get fazed by what's happening in the game. So with that win, Andrew Tang moves on. As we talked about, he gets to face off against Magnus Carlsen. I'm not sure still if that's a reward, if that's a punishment. We know he'll be rewarded with a minimum $6,000 prize, as Jose Martinez leaves with a $4,000 prize. But coming up next, we will have Daniel Naroditsky against Alexander Bortnick. And we will also then get Magnus Carlsen against Andrew Tang. But before we get to the next match, we will have a break in an interview. And before we even get there, I want to make a mention of something. We started the show by wishing everybody a happy International Chess Day, and we still want to wish you a happy International Chess Day. It's still today, unless you're, I guess, in some parts of Asia or Australia. But if you've been wanting to try out Chess.com premium features before committing to a membership, now is that time. In honor of International Chess Day, cash in on 30 days premium for free. Enjoy a full month of unlimited puzzles, lessons, game review, and more. This offer ends on July 27th, so don't miss your chance. Use the command CLAIM in chat to unlock 30 days of premium right now. Also, right now, ask some questions in chat that you have for Andrew Tang, because on the flip side of this break, we'll bring in the Penguin GM for an interview and his thoughts about playing Magnus in the next round. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
It's always awesome to be joined by the Penguin GM, none other than Andrew Tang. Andrew, congrats. That was a very close match. How do you feel that it went?
Yeah, I think I started a bit slowly. Actually, today I felt a little bit nervous for once. Maybe just because I already lost once, and Jocelyn's not somebody I have the best record against, actually. So I was definitely feeling like I had a slow start, but after that, I think I played pretty well to close out the match.
Andrew, you never come across as being nervous. You seem to be the most relaxed player I think I've ever met. Do you have like anything? What helps you relax? I mean, I need to get some of this magic ingredients.
I don't know. I just drink some water, try to clear my mind, and usually that works pretty well, but no special techniques really.
Well, you said you got off to a slow start in this one. How do you feel you were able to change the trajectory of the match? Do you feel like it was just getting warmed up, or what did you do differently?
Yeah, I was partly getting warmed up, I think. Also, sometimes, yeah, at the start of the match, I'm not like able to be fully focused sometimes. I feel like that was kind of the case. I was playing a little bit slowly at the beginning, and once I get into the match, I feel like I just tend to play better in general. I take a long time sometimes. Yeah.
And Andrew, like historically, who is like your hardest opponent, maybe in this competition or in general in bullet chess?
I think Hikaru is a bad matchup for me. Like against Magnus, I think maybe my chances are a little bit better because I tend to flag him sometimes from lost positions, and against Hikaru, he is a little bit faster, but also he's so tricky. Like I get winning positions against him all the time, and then he like tricks you 3 times and you lose, and then you're tilted, and then next game he tricks you 2 times, and yeah, for some reason like you can't hold on to these winning positions against him. And then it's also hard to flag him, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think nobody has the exact solution on taking down Hikaru, but you did just beat Jose Martinez. You are going to face Magnus in a little bit, and we have a featured chat question from EPAsk91 saying, do you prepare differently when you have 2 matches on the same day?
I mean, I prepared a little bit for Josplim, and I didn't think about Magnus at all. I just focused on the first match, and I figured maybe I can prepare a little bit for Magnus before the match right now. But yeah, I don't know. I try not to tire myself out too much, especially when it's bullet. Like, as long as I play well, I think that's more important than doing a lot of preparation.
We better not keep you too long then, Andrew, because you know it probably takes a while to prepare something against Magnus. I mean, I don't know how you can predict any openings he will play, but we do have a question from the chat, and this was the question was, how would you rate your play out of 10 at the moment? I guess based on that last match.
I don't know. I think probably like a 5. I feel like this was pretty much approximately what I expected from the match, so I'm not too happy or too unhappy about how I played. Hopefully I can play better against Magnus, but definitely need to play a little bit better to have a good chance against Magnus.
Well, the fans are never displeased to see you play. We're always appreciative of your time. And we're going to let you go because you are facing Magnus later today. And good luck in that match. And congrats once again on beating Josplim there.
Thank you.
And that is Andrew Tang, who moves on to the losers quarterfinals. He secures himself minimum $6,000 in prize money, and he faces Magnus Carlsen later today. But first, we do get the sensei, the prophet, Daniel Naroditsky, taking on his good friend, somebody he works with courses on. And works on courses with. I can't even speak. We've seen so much bullet. My head is in a whirlwind. But Simon, Danya versus Bortnick. We heard Bortnick's thoughts. Do you think Danya will be prepared, and will he be rusty at all? Because as Andrew just told us, sometimes it takes a bit of time to warm up.
It does, yeah. Especially at bullet chess. I mean, even if you're like a couple of percentage off your mouse speed or your tactical ability, it costs that little bit more, that much more, because you know it's quick and fast. I expect Danya. He's very experienced at playing bullet. He'll be in a good frame mood, and this match again, like today's, all of the matches, they will be very, very close. It was interesting to hear earlier Bortnick mention, playing your friends is difficult, but he also said there's no friends when you start the game, right? It is just a battle, and everyone at this level has played their friends in the past, and you've just got to fight them. It's as simple as that. So forget who you're playing, play the board instead. And I don't know about you, Robert. Have you ever struggled playing people who are very friendly with you?
I just don't make new friends. That way I don't have to say it's a tough time against someone I like. No, in all seriousness, it is difficult to play somebody that you're friends with, and especially somebody that you worked with. I think that changes the nature of the matchup completely, because if they've worked on openings with you, if you've given kind of your secret files and things that you're working on, that could be very difficult. And Danya, we know that he created this course with Bortnick, but we also know that Danya has been rated over 3550 in bullet chess on chess.com. He's been in third place in the last 3 years in the BCC. His YouTube viewership goes up every single day, and he was the 2022 chess.com commentator of the year. So, friends or not, Danya is a powerhouse in bullet chess, and I think he will also be able to put the friendship aside for 30 minutes.
100%, and I must say to anyone in the chat, if you haven't checked out Danya's YouTube channel or subscribed to his Twitch channel, then shame on you. You've got to do the walk of shame, because it's very educational and a lot of fun, both of his channels. So you can check those channels out. And Bortnick as well has his own Twitch channel. So one of the great things about modern chess is you can follow your favourite players live. Predictions. I think we need to put our neck on the line. It's only fair. And obviously for that reason, I'll let you go first, Robert.
Okay, since someone has to go first, I'll do that. I think that Danya is a heavy favorite. Bortnick is really, really good. And what we saw earlier today, there were some great moments from Bortnick, but I just think that match was much closer than the match that Danya had against Paravyan. And also, no one is happy when they lose a match, but I think Danya can be pretty happy with how he lost that match to Hikaru yesterday. There were some fantastic tactics in all those fireworks. He was able to come out on top in a bunch of games. So I do think that Danya is the favorite and will get the job done. And Simon, I know sometimes co-commentators, they like one person picks one player, the other picks the second. Don't tell me you're going to pick Bortnick just to disagree with me.
Well, I'm going to pick Bortnick just to disagree with you, Robert. And I say that in a little bit of jest because Danya is just he's got more experience. He's a little bit more trickier, but they're both so fantastic. And I think in a short time limit like this, only half an hour, the difference is less. I think the underdog can win. So let's make it interesting. I'll go for Bortnick. Just to spice it up a little bit. Don't tell Danya that, though, if he wins, okay? You promise?
I won't tell him like you told Danya that I put my bet on Tang. So there's a lot of stake in this match.
Sorry.
I'll forgive you eventually, Simon. Not having the goldfish short-term memory loss. So here we see the winner is guaranteed $8,000. The loser is awarded $6,000. So a $2,000 difference once again. Bortnick doing this for the second time today. And the winner advances to the losers' semis. Well, they'll await some very tough competition. There's no one easy left but the winner of Carlsen and Tang. So Bortnick, you predicted that he can make this upset happen. He was a finalist in 2019. He lost only to Hikaru Nakamura after beating Alexander Grushuk and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I agree completely that in shorter amounts of games, in 30 minutes of bullet chess, that the underdog does have a chance. But Danya Naroditsky, he has been in great shape throughout the entire BCC, including yesterday's loss in the match against Hikaru. He beat Tang in a very one-sided affair. I just feel like Danya wants it, and he is proving it over the board.
Yes, he does seem really motivated, and he's going to be he's always a very tough opponent. This is going to be a big match. Let's remind everyone, again, they're playing for that difference of $2,000. It's big money at stake, and it's also one of the last losers' games. The loser of this is knocked out of the competition. You do not get another chance. So nerves, they could be playing a part of this match.
Yeah, and even Andrew said that he was nervous against Jose because it was his last life. So if Andrew Tang gets nervous, you know that the other players are likely nervous as well. And I cannot wait for this match to begin because Bortnick, he and Danya are good friends. They play against each other all the time on stream. I know that in person they hang out quite often and play marathon blitz sessions. So we'll see. Will friendship prevail? Will they still be friends at the end of this? I think the answer is yes, but they will not be friends during.
And we have some moves already. So again, the opening stage of this match I think is going to be very interesting because they both play quite similar openings. They both have worked on the same openings, so they might have some surprises in store. And who's going to get the edge in the opening? We'll find out. And, well, who's better here, Robert, do we think?
I typically like not having double pawns in a bullet chess or blitz chess because I feel like sometimes they're vulnerable. But here, I definitely love having a knight. And that knight is stationed on d4. It's an outpost. But Simon, I'm looking at the king march for white. Is this king just trying to go this way, go to b2 at some point, and go after the a5 pawn? I guess it's a little too late. You just dropped h2.
Yeah, but is the knight getting out of jail? I mean, you have to go h5 and bring the knight out, and maybe your king march works there. I mean, it's very interesting. We could see if you take the knight and now march your king towards, even though you're a pawn down in this ending, okay, he's trying to lock things up instead. So white's strategy is not going to allow the black king in, and I'm just going to hold the draw in this position. Black, though, has g5, and to my eyes, this is just a winning plan. And black does take the first game. Danya 1-0 up there.
Yes, and so Danya takes that first game there. He should be quite thrilled. Bortnick takes that. And so, yeah, it's good news for Sasha Bortnick fans and good news for you, Simon, who predicted that Bortnick will take this match.
Aha, okay, yeah. And I like his opening he's played here. This is another one of... I've done a chessball course on this, can you believe it or not? This bishop e2 move. And it's a really sly variation where white just tries to build up the centre against the Sicilian. And white's got an ideal situation here. He's got the good centre and he's got chances to attack black. So I got my colours mixed up there. I apologise in the last game. It does get a bit quick, even for me. And it must be white who's better here, surely.
Well, white's up a pawn, but d4 is weak. We just acknowledge that the eval bar hasn't moved an inch. We're working on that, so please bear with us. But the d4 pawn, that's on a dark square. Only black has a dark square bishop. So there are trade-offs here. Extra material for white, but the pawns that are weak are unfortunately for white as well.
And now that the queens have come off, I'm pretty sure that does help black a lot, because one of the problems with that pawn structure, when you have the more space, is that it's easier to attack from a position of space. But the attack becomes less dangerous when the queens are exchanged. Saying that, a very complex situation on the board here. Time could be the most important thing. And Danya has an extra 13 seconds here.
Yeah, Bortnick, he said it in his interview earlier today against Paravyan. He said, I was just moving too slowly. Somehow I was down 15 seconds, and he's down 10 plus seconds right here. It doesn't matter how many pieces he's up. As long as he doesn't deliver checkmate, Danya wins. Yeah, Danya gives away his rook, moves the bishop back. 12.2 second time difference. That's way too much in a match like this.
That is a big time difference. That will certainly play a major part as things go on. And we're into the other game, King's Indian Defensive, very symmetrical scenario. So not much to say at this moment, but who's up on the clock? Well, at least in this one, Bortnick is moving quicker. He probably realises that time is something he's got to improve.
Yes, and we see this position where the bishop, I was going to say the bishop pair, and I don't even have time to get the sentence out. It was a bishop pair for white, but a bishop pair no more. Now it's just opposite colored bishops, but b2, that pawn on a dark square, it can't go anywhere. So right now, bishop takes b2 is met by rook takes f7 check, some fancy tactics from white.
Yes, and it seems like white has, well, I guess it's fairly even at the moment in time. Lots of pawns are getting hoovered off. White does have the extra pawn, but it's not a pawn you can do much with. Saying that, I'd rather have the extra pawn, of course. A draw looking like the most likely result. But the time situation, again, just look at that. This is where Danya could have the major advantage. He's up 15 seconds, and Bortnick is going to have to improve this scenario with the clock.
And look at Danya, brings his bishop to a4 to protect the b3 pawn. It frees up his rook. He makes a pawn move. Remember how draws work in chess. 50 moves without a capture or a pawn push. And now it doesn't matter because black's pieces are falling off. But Danya, he's doing this perfectly. He makes a bunch of moves, burns some of the clock, then pushes his pawns. And now his pawns won't stop pushing until they become a queen.
Yeah, and that gives him the lead in the match. Very nicely played there from Danya. And they're into the next one. This bishop e2 move is actually quite a good little opening system, this. It was favoured by some English players who started playing it about 15 years ago, and some other players, a Belarusian Grandmaster as well. And it's like a reverse Dutch opening, but has white fallen into a bit of an uncomfortable pin there? Quite possibly. You don't really want to double your pawns like this. The reason white plays this opening is because of those two pawns you can see there, but things going a little bit wrong for white here.
Yeah, what just happened? I feel like so many pieces were captured in a row, and suddenly it is black who's not even up a pawn. It looks like it because white has these double pawns and also these isolated pawns on the queen side, but it's white who's up a pawn, not caring about the back rank. The king is not going to get checkmated over there. So some brave play from Bortnick.
Yes, and it seems like this is going to be his opening choice for the match, which I'm happy about. Saying that, black's rooks, look at them. They're now coming straight into the position, and black has picked up a piece there. A big blunder from Bortnick in there. Quite a good position there.
Yeah, Bortnick needed that one to tie the match up. Now Danya has a 3-1 lead, and he should be very happy to pick up a piece thanks to a knight fork. Danya's putting pressure on the clock, and that's been really bad news for Bortnick.
This is a miserable opening as well for black. I mean, if you're going to play this system, which is called the English defense, you can't play as passively as this. You have to play a bit more active. The black king, well, if it can get castle, black will be okay, and it looks like that might be possible, right? It has. It's castle. Black is okay now.
Yes, and he just went c5, allowing white to keep a passed pawn in the position, and Danya coming up with tricks, right? If you took the pawn, knight e7 check, suddenly your rook on d6 was loose. So Bortnick, some brave decisions thus far, and they really are paying off.
Yeah, and he's getting very active with his pieces. He's now threatening a bishop check. That bishop check will be a major problem for white here. So white has to give his king an escape square. And look at black's pieces. They're flooding into the position. Ooh. And it should be really good for black, but again, the time, do not get behind on the time. You're up on time, Bortnick. Just remember, stay up on the clock. Just take
great defensive moves.
Great defense
from Danya. Like, that's gonna do it though. The G2 pawn falling is a big problem. But oh wow, what tactical awareness with Bishop H2 there?
Wow,
unreal.
How many people would have actually played that move, Robert, when there were so many other moves? And that was a great win for Bortnick from a very bad position. Could that be the change in the scenario now?
Did you see that mating pattern for Bortnick? He saw that not even instantly. He saw it in advance. Maybe he's the prophet after all. And Bortnick now cut the deficit in half. It's only 1 point spread, and he gets the white pieces in this game. He plants a knight on e4. We've seen this at the highest level. Black isn't really worse, but players, they like to play against this dark square bishop and say it doesn't have the best of diagonals.
Yeah, liking the knight here because it has that square in the middle of the board. But I guess, well, black does swap that knight off for that reason. Not liking the double pawn so much.
Nobody really does, especially when they're isolated in the center like this. And keeping the queens on the board is, of course, smart because Danya is up a lot of time, and he has the attacking chances as the dark square pawns and the black dark square bishop. That's the same color, and white, on the other hand, can't get that bishop active.
Yeah. And he's picking up pawns now as well. And look at that, the black queen swings in, and this is going to be really bad for white. White now 2 pawns down. Even if the queens are exchanged, it could be a winning position for black with those connected pawns, but Daniel deciding, I'm going to keep the queens on because your king is weaker than mine. That's a very instructive thing that he's doing there, only swapping queens when he has to. Now, does white have any drawing chances here? I think now he's got a blockade. There are drawing chances.
Well, the reason there aren't is just the clock. Is I'm looking at the time, and Dania's ahead, and if I see Dania up, that was a bad decision, though. Now, actually, it's very easy for white to pre-move. Yeah.
I guess white can pre-move with the bishop the whole game, right? So, but look at his time. Oh, this is quite sickening. It's like, who can move the mouse the quicker here? And Dania is the mouse champion.
And you know what's interesting is Bortnick was making long bishop moves that take a little bit more time, but he's oh my gosh, he got the 50 move rule off with 0.3 seconds left. That is how quickly they play. That was unbelievable.
Wow, that is bullet chess for you, and that is why I hate it. That is why I'm so bad at the game, because you have to move so quickly. 50 moves with 0.3 of a second left, holding the draw. And this match is maybe closer than people had assumed it would be. There's only 1 point in it, and I have to say black's position here looks quite nice to me. I prefer to be black, open file, winning a pawn, could be a chance to equal the score.
Yes, Bortnick is playing really well. Ever since dropping 2 games to Dania, he was down by 2. Now he feels like he is the one in charge. He's up a pawn. He has control of the second rank with that rook sliding out to A2, attacking another pawn. So just gaining extra material move by move.
And we're also very nicely going through the colours of the rainbow on the chessboard, which I like. And I'm never sure which colour I like best. I've tried out lots of different combinations to see if I play better with a certain colour. Robert, come on, what colour do you like of the chessboard? I know it's a random question, but I've got to ask.
What colour do I like on the chessboard?
Have you ever been asked that before?
I have never, so I'm appreciative that you asked me about my feelings. You know, a lot of my co-commentators, they don't care, but you do care. I don't think I have a preference, though. Do you? What about you?
I like the green. I like a bit of green. So this one's a nice one. I approve. Definitely approve of the green board. We should probably go back to the chess. And it looks all of a sudden that Dania has tricked Bortnick again. Look at those 2 pawns. And his time is just too big here. Again, this is maybe what's going to be the telling point, and you predicted this as well, Robert, that the time could be the major factor, and big win there.
Yeah, no, look at that time differential at the end, 15 seconds, and Bortnick, he knows. He said it himself about his match against Paravyan, but he also might be tilting right now because he just went knight takes d5, he's attacking the black queen on f6, and Dania slides his queen over, the bishop on e3 is in trouble, and you take that first, you take the knight on b4, extra piece for just 2 pawns.
Yes, so another problematic position, and that could also be an issue. Okay, he's threatening a crafty checkmate there, and you can't get the open file here as white. That's a problem.
No. With no attack, you know, you want to push some pawns in front of the black king, but you only have a knight over there, and that's it.
Yeah. I think I was looking at the wrong board there, so just to confuse you all, you know, maybe I am colorblind. Who knows?
No, Simon, what's happening is you have one board,
else.
And I have a different. No, that's the thing. You were talking about your arrows before. You were drawing arrows on your board, but my board is the one that's showing up on the broadcast. So now people get insight behind the scenes. Why sometimes we're both confused, but I think Dania is not confused. That was checkmate, and now that means his lead has ballooned up to 3 points.
3 points is a big score to come back from. I mean, there's still time, but you've got to get rolling now. This is the moment. If you go to 4 points, it's not good. Black's position here, I think I prefer it. You want to have the attacking chances. maybe swing the rook around, get that knight into the center.
Yeah, no, this outpost on d4 is very valuable, and Bortnick seems to like this structure. He doesn't care about the double pawns, but e5 thrown there to shatter the pawn structure for black, but it costs a pawn, and I don't think you have sufficient play for it.
No, it doesn't look like it. This has to be... Black, I think, has to get this one. Black has to get this game. He's got the extra pawn. Okay, it's not a great extra pawn, but it's still a pawn. Your rook is much more active. Great defensive there, though, from white. The knight finds a beautiful square. The white knight defending everything. And now white's rook goes active at the same time. This ending, well, okay, good winning chances. You've got to move your king in at the right time. And here comes the black king. Should probably be winning for black. Time, though. Time is also good. You've got to win this game with the black pieces.
He better not get a repetition. Now I push the pawn. That starts the counter all over again. And he can just bring his king up. I think he's a little bit nervous about that. But he can try to win on the board and also try to win on the clock, because Danya, for a change, is the one down on time.
Yeah, get your rook off the c1 square. That is the way to do it. But this is maybe not the way to play, because now your king has no escape square. I think black may have thrown away the win. He's got to win on time now. This is the only way, because the king just can't get in. Look at the black king.
He needs to throw an
Nothing
F4
to do.
Yeah, he did it, and he's still up on time, so this is going to be close. Danya is very fast, but Bortnick as well, and he has it. If he gets his rook out the way, oh, he is getting it. Bortnick gets it done. 0.9 seconds remaining.
Very important win there. That had to be done to keep the match within grasp. And now I think it's just a 2-point lead. And the black king a little bit weak here. If you can start an attack against it. After you lose the bishop in front of your king, it becomes a target.
Yeah, so we see that Bortnick with the white pieces, he's not really getting much of anything right now. The king on g7 can be exposed in some of these positions on the dark squares, but white has no firepower in front of it, and I think this is just going to cost white a pawn.
Yeah, and black is nicely situated with his pieces. They're all controlling the middle section of the board. There goes maybe another pawn as well, even though the evaluation bar has seen something. And white, in the blink of an eye, picks up a couple of pawns. Too quick for me to see how, but he's done it.
I could barely,
roughly even position now.
I can barely open my eyes. What is happening? All the pieces are disappearing, and now it looks like it's an even by material endgame, but black's pawns are split. So I would prefer white's chances.
Yep. Time advantage, though, for Danya, and there goes the pawn. So...
what's going on here? So black with the lead on time by a lot, but white has removed black's last pawn. I actually feel like there's some good chances here for black because of the clock.
Yeah, agreed. I think this is fairly even, actually. I mean, even though you're 2 pawns up and you're winning on the chessboard, the time situation is you're 10 seconds down, and that is ticking away, and there goes 1 pawn as well. So very easy to get flagged here, and that is the big difference with bullet chess. It's the clock, and look at the speed that Danya's moving. He's just harnessing that clock.
And you know what's been so amazing about this is except for that move, knight f5, the evaluation never changed because Danya was avoiding pins. He wins the game on position, but he really won because of the clock. An extra 4.5 seconds for him, and he avoided all the pins. He just knows what his opponent's about to do, and then he knows how to place his king in response. It's exceptional.
You mentioned this yesterday, or the day before yesterday, Robert, when I was commentating, that the difference between like your standard amazing player and your more amazing player, like, you know, the top 4 players in bullet, is their how they can predict what their opponent's going to do and actually prepare and pre-move for their pre-move. And that might sound completely ridiculous, but Danya just showed it there. He was pre-moving for his opponent's pre-move. And don't ask me how you get this skill, but it's like some kind of Jedi mind trick even, right? That the top guys have, and Danya has that, and it's helping him get the extra points here.
It's truly ridiculous. I don't have that myself. I don't know how these players do it, but the ability to accurately predict what your opponent is doing when they're moving in 0.1 to 0.6 seconds. It's incredible. And in this game, white is now up a pawn. And so Danya, he's going to try to press. The rook takes e3. That was missed by Danya very clearly. And I think that should save the game for Bortnick.
Yeah, black is okay here. Just about.
Oh, but the
Still
clock.
quite complex. Yeah, the clock. And that passed a pawn. Well, it's an extra pass pawn. It's a big one.
No good, because Danya's just going to move his king around a bunch. If he needs to give up the a pawn to not have a repetition, he'll do just that. So his king will go back. Here it goes. And then he'll play queen f2. Exactly. Oh! Oh!
Okay. And he won. He's won on time. He won by checkmate. What a game. Oh, my words. Look at Danya hitting his head there. He should not have lost that game.
And then he's tilting.
Big moment.
Do you see Danya? Look at his face. He just gave up his queen again. I don't do this in bullet chess ever, but here in this game, after bishop b5 check, he mouse slipped with queen to d7 double question mark. I'll go back to the live position, but he put his queen in front of the bishop to lose it. He meant to play bishop d7, so he lost his queen in the last game, didn't see the queen on a3 covering the f8 square. He lost his queen in that game because he unfortunately clicked his queen instead of his bishop. Now it is suddenly a 1-point match.
In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it went from a very commanding lead for Danya, who looked like he was going to go 4 points up, to only being 1 point up. And what's that going to do for your spirit as well? You're going to, no matter who you are, you're going to be feeling pretty bad. So this is a game. He's got to stop the rot now, or can Bortnick level the score? He's got a big time advantage.
This position is wild right now. Whoa! Bishop h7.
Look at that. Wait, he's going for mate.
Okay, I guess he has a draw by repetition, so that allows white to take the half point. So what Danya might do is he might make the 2-time repetition and then spend a bunch of time before he makes the third. That way he wastes some of the match clock.
But the match is quite close. There's only 1 point in it. I mean, does he feel like that's a good strategy? It's really hard to know the right gameplay, and I think he feels like I need a bigger lead before I start wasting time. And we can see here they're straight into the next game. Isolated pawn position, the kind of position where actually white generally has the easier position to play, because you can just attack h7, that pawn by black's king. Always nice to attack in bullet chess here.
Yeah, no, it is nice to attack for sure. And I was just thinking about this, that perhaps Danya is happy about that draw, because what you learn is you don't want to castle queenside. Not talking about on the chessboard. I'm talking about losing 3 games in a row. So Danya made that quick draw. He did not lose another game, and he has a great position with black. That outpost on d5, the bishop on d2 is pretty useless unless Danya blunders. Bishop takes h6, but actually he had to move f5. The engine went all the way down. It's clear that there was a tactic. It was the move f5, and he has it once again, like right now.
Oh, f5, yeah. Great tactic there. I love your castle queenside. I've never thought about it. 3 losses in a row like that. And maybe I've never lost 3 games in a row, Robert. Do you believe that?
Maybe since you became a GM, I could believe that. But I think when everyone is young, they castle queenside.
I think I castle queenside far too often. And that was another win for Danya, who again takes the lead to 2 points. 7.5 minutes to go.
Yeah. 8-6 lead for Danya, and that was really a needed win, I think, for his morale. And in this game, he's up a pawn, and I'm not seeing how black gets that back on e5.
Disgusting position for black, this one, I'm afraid to say, for Bortnick fans, because it's not just that. Okay, he does get the pawn back, but it seems like white's pawns on the king side are going to rush up the board soon. The white rook penetrates into the position. Maybe f4 even here is a move, and he plays it. Black is just so passive. Black doesn't have many active moves here. And look at those pawns now coming up the board.
Yeah, and Bortnick tries to attack some pawns with his queen, and Danya says, all right, you attack my pawn, I simply push it up the board. And, well, g4, he wants Bortnick to take on h3 because there's rook h1 ideas, and he's just pushing all of his pieces forward. And black's knight on f8. Normally we talk about bishops not really being a bishop. Is that knight really a knight when it can't get out?
Can't move anywhere. I mean, it can try to come round to where the king is, but it's completely stuck. And I can see the white bishop rerouting itself, but a lovely way to break through there. And the white pawns on the queen side look too strong here.
That's such a
beautiful.
sweet move. If that rook was captured, then the c-pawn takes and promotes. Danya is on fire right now.
Amazing tactic there, and a brilliant win from Danya there. Just spotting that check so quickly was incredible. And this, okay, how much time do we have? We have 6 minutes. We have, I think it's a 3-point lead. So we're getting to a situation again where Bortnick needs, I feel, to win this game with the white pieces and a position he can attack in. Maybe black's okay here, but the point is the black king has nowhere safe it can really go to.
Right, it's a pawn sacrifice, but there's definite compensation. If you castle kingside, you have to watch out for f5 pawn pushes. So that's why Danya keeps his king in the center until the right moment. And he may never castle, depending on what happens in the next few moves.
He's doing a good job of defending, though. Even though black hasn't got his rook in the corner out, the rook and queen that are developed are doing a great job here. And somehow white needs to activate his pieces, but looking like black is playing just really well at the moment. Accurate moves. Some attack here against white's king as well.
The rook comes to b3 and the queen into g3. He's just inching his way forward here. That b2 pawn is weak. The black king is safe. And for Bortnick, if he loses this game, it's a 4-point deficit. And he just lost by checkmate. So Danya, another kind of borderline perfect game from him.
Yeah, that might be the game that has done the job. There could be a chance if you can win a couple of games quickly, but it's 4 games and there's 4.5 minutes. I feel that means Danya has done the job, Robert. So you win the prediction round again. I'm not very good at these predictions, am I? I'm gonna have to improve.
I think you let me go first, which forced your hand because you just wanted to disagree with me. Danya is the favorite in matchups against Bortnick, but as you've seen throughout this match, Bortnick is really strong. And another day, another match, it could have gone his way. Here, look at this. Danya has locked up the position completely, and he's just going to make random moves for a while and hope that Bortnick doesn't try to go queen takes g5 and catch him in a pre-move.
This is very good match strategy. You get completely locked position. You run the clock down. Even if you somehow lose this position, you've wasted a couple of minutes just to guarantee that the match is yours. I expect at some point we might see Danya celebrate. I think one thing you kind of avoid doing when you're playing a friend is overly celebrating. I mean, I remember a horrible situation where I was playing a very important game. I lost the game. And then the girlfriend of the opponent I lost to came running in and started snogging him in front of me. And I was like, come on, just please. I've just lost a horrible game. I don't want to see that. Just don't do it, please. So I think, the match is effectively over, but we might not see a Danya celebration here. Who knows? Let's wait and see.
This game, you know what move we're on, by the way, everybody? You have no idea. You would think we're on move 35. We're on move 110, and Danya still has 10 seconds left. So I'm just looking at the timer. I see that white is winning. Now black is catching up. I don't even care about the board anymore. We are about to hit move 135. 135 was our final move. They played 135 moves in a 1-minute game.
Yeah, that's just too many moves, isn't it? Too many moves to bullet. And again, good strategy, right? Players when you're leading the match, and you can see that both players are relaxing a bit there. It's so tense playing this kind of time limit. The stress just must be immense, and they've got to play on until the buzzer is down.
And this should probably be our penultimate game. Black currently down a pawn, but d3 doesn't look like it's long for this board, and now it is scooped up by Danya. So Daniel Naroditsky, he came to play. He means serious business. He wants to improve on last year's performance and the 2 years before that, where he ended in 3rd place. And I do believe that he feels he has a chance against anybody in this competition. Of course, Alireza and Hikaru, they're in the winners final that will happen later today. But Danya showed yesterday against Hikaru that on his best day, he can compete with even the best players on the planet, and he is taking Bortnick to school right now.
Yes, yeah. I mean, he's got another chance. I mean, that's the exciting thing about this double elimination. I really, I really like this format. By the way, some crazy tactics on the board here. The White Knight threatened the Queen in checkmate, but it's nice that you can lose one match and you get that next shot. And just while we watch the end of this match, let's remind everyone who is playing next, because we have maybe the greatest player of all time, Magnus Carlsen, possibly playing against the quickest player of all time, Andrew Tang. So it's going to be a great match, that one as well. Looking at this, White, okay, a rook up, but obviously there's no reason for Black to resign with the time situation. 40 seconds to go. Probably one more game after this, as you said, Robert.
And Danya gets that one, and maybe he'll take one more for the road because he has just been the faster player today. And as Simon was just mentioning, up next will be Magnus Carlsen against Andrew Tang. And if that weren't enough for you, we will finish the day with 45 minutes. The time control slightly longer. Not the time control, excuse me. The time for the match slightly longer in the winner's bracket. We will have Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja playing 45 minutes of 1 minute chess. So it's been really a great start to the day, and it's only maybe getting better as Magnus appears and Hikaru later today. But Danya is the person we should talk about. He's played a really strong match, and in this final game, Simon, the Black King doesn't look very safe to my eyes. I don't see an easy way out for Bortnick.
No, all the White's pieces are just converging around the Black King. Even though Black is material up, that's pretty irrelevant when you're attacking. I don't know if there's a killer blow here, but increasing the pressure like this makes a lot of sense. You can take that pawn. Checkmate now threatened on the board. Computer doesn't like it, but I like threatening checkmate, and that looks good enough to me. This will be the last match, and you can see the disappointment on Bortnick's face, but at least he got the extra $2,000 by winning his first match today.
Right, and he looks pretty frustrated with what just happened, but Daniel Naroditsky, as you said, no huge celebration from him. I'm sure he feels for Bortnick. He advances to the loser semifinal. That was a one-sided affair by the end of the match, but earlier on, Bortnick gave Danya everything he could handle.
He did, yeah. I mean, Daniel was just too strong in that match and a little bit too quick. So it seemed at one point that Bortnick was getting back into it, but then again, Danya got his dominance by winning the next couple of games. So exciting match, and there we see the final score.
13-6 in the end. Danya goes on a run to finish things off. He blundered his queen a couple times. That wasn't ideal. You saw him get upset, and he was beside himself. What am I doing? How did I just lose my queen in 2 consecutive games? But it doesn't matter in the end, because all that matters is you win your match, you move on in the bracket. And Danya, he now knows that he awaits the winner of the match we're about to see between Andrew Tang and Magnus Carlsen. And we are definitely going to interview Danya before that match takes place. So, I mean, Simon, really just stellar stuff from Danya.
Yeah, he just played very, very strong, and we will have an interview, I think, quite shortly with Danya. And just to remind everyone again, there's 2 great matches to go. We've got Magnus Carlsen playing next against Andrew Tang, and then finish off the day. Well, maybe the match that everyone is excited about is the match between 2 previous winners, Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja. That is going to be tremendous.
Oh, it certainly will. And for now, we'll head to break. But please leave your questions for Danya. We will feature a few of them. So please get involved. And we will see you on the flip side of this break with Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Log In. Scroll down and click continue with chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free. Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called Miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
He's a grandmaster who needs no introduction, but he deserves one after that great display of bullet technique. This is Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, congrats. How you feeling after that win over your good friend Alexander?
Well, I'm feeling good about the match. That was the definition of topsy-turvy. Obviously, I absolutely hate to play my close friends. Sasha is just, he's a class act. He's, 5 times the bullet player that I am. I was just winning purely on the clock. And that's normally how I beat him. So, my apologies to Sasha. He played great, but it does feel good to advance. I really do want to play Magnus this tournament. Not that Magnus Tang is a walkover, so I'm glad to be back in the tournament. But once again, my apologies to Sasha, and he had a great tournament as well.
Yeah, well done on the victory there, Danya. And you mentioned you were getting lots of tricks in and winning on time. I mean, that I think is part of Bullet. It's what makes it Bullet in the end. But do you have any? I mean, how do you move so quickly? I mean, do you ever practice your mouse skills? I was wondering in this format, or do you just never?
Not once. I've never done, and I know people don't believe me, but I've never done Aim Trainer. But I have done Aim Trainer. It's called Bullet. Aim Trainer is Hyper Bullet. Like, you don't need to do anything, other than play Bullet. I think it's just the amount of games that I've played. You have to develop good aim to play in those time scrambles, and that was sort of my pre-match strategy. I watched Sasha's match against David, and I noticed that Sasha was struggling on the clock tremendously. So I was constantly forcing myself to play even faster than I'm used to in the opening, particularly get that 15-second lead and then burn that 15 seconds on 2 or 3 critical moments in the middle game. But to circle back to your question, no, I've never done anything special. When I have tried Aim Trainer on stream, I'm pretty mediocre. So I don't know what it is.
You don't have to have the knowledge of what it is as long as you get it done, which you did. And I have a question for you about nerves, because we had Andrew on earlier after his match victory, and he said for once he was nervous because it's double elimination, but you're on your last life. Did you feel a little bit more nervous today after yesterday's loss to Hikaru?
I felt a little bit more nervous today after I blundered my queen 2 times in a row. I was actually fairly calm. There's always jitters that accompany the first 2 or 3 games. So once I got that early lead, I was actually the picture of calmness. I was like, I got this in the bag. I'm feeling confident. I'm starting to outplay him on the board. Then I play Queen F8, and then the next game I moused up Queen D7, and then all of that calm was chucked over to South Carolina. So that's when all hell broke loose. I mean, it always does in these bullet matches. So the second half, I was a nervous wreck. The first half, I was, a Zen monk. And if you put those two together, I guess I was a little bit calmer than I was against Hikaru, because it doesn't matter what the situation is. When you're playing Hikaru, it's just so anxiety-inducing. The pressure that he puts on you is second to none. So I was a little bit calmer today. I came to terms with the fact that if I lose, again, it's a win-win for us, because then Sasha goes through and I'd be really happy for him. So I wasn't, thinking of this as, okay, if I lose, I die and the tournament is over. I've done well already. I think I've proven what I wanted to prove. And at this point, I'm just playing for extra credit, so to speak.
And Daniel, you mentioned obviously Hikaru and how he puts pressure on opponents. I mean, what do you think it is that makes Hikaru that little bit better or that little bit more dangerous than other players? Is it his ability to set tricks, or is there something else there you can pinpoint in his play?
Well, I agreed with his assessment yesterday. I think one thing that's not talked about enough, there's 2 things. The first is openings. It seems to me that people don't realize how well Hikaru feels the positions that he gets. And as I talked about in an earlier interview, in Bullet, it's not about how many moves of a chessable course can I remember. It's, can I get positions where I know the ideas and I feel the positions. And Hikaru is a beast at adjusting his opening choices to his opponent. So yesterday he was playing Vienna, which I find to be very unpleasant. Against E4, he played some Alekines of black, which I don't like playing it. So he feels exactly what to play to make his opponent uncomfortable. And his opening repertoire is so universal that, it's like you walk into a restaurant, you've got a 10-page menu, and he can choose the dish off the menu that's most unpleasant to his opponent. But the other thing is that Hikaru is a technician. And people think of him as a tactical player. Of course, he's universal in his style, but the way that he converts advantages is second to none. Like, when you get a bad position against him and you're 5-10 seconds down on the clock, the feeling of hopelessness is one that I don't get against anybody else, because this is what I made my Bullet career out of, right? I get lost positions every second game, and then I weasel out of it. I had a couple of those yesterday, but it's just this total feeling of hopelessness when you're losing, and you're like, well, I must be up on the clock. It must have taken him a lot of time to get that position, and you look and he has 45 seconds, and you have 20 seconds. So just all-out assault on the clock, on the board, in the openings, in the end games, his technique, obviously his sight of 1 or 2 move tactics. It's the whole package, and it really isn't just one thing, I think.
Wow, that was really elaborate description of what makes Hikaru. So thank you for that. But you mentioned the discomfort that Hikaru puts you in. You also touched upon the discomfort is playing your friends. So Johnny Baker asked the question: is it hard playing against your friends? You answered that, but I guess to spin off of that, how do you deal with that discomfort when you're playing somebody that you're close to, like you are with Bortnick?
Well, as Sasha said in the earlier interview, there are no friends on the board, so there's a mutual understanding, and a lot of the credit goes to Sasha, that, when we're facing each other in a match, nothing is personal. So me flagging him rook and knight versus rook and knight and 2 pawns is because I want to win the match, and it has nothing to do with any personal animus. To the contrary. So it is unpleasant afterward and before, because we know that, we want each other to succeed, and I want him to win the Bullet Championship. And it's hard when I myself have to stop his run, or vice versa. But I think it's very important to have this understanding that you got to play the exact same way that you would against anybody else, and you owe that to a real friend. And I like the fact that he would never hold any of this against me, and again, vice versa. So, you push all of that away, you play the 30-minute match, and then you meet in the evening, have dinner, and raise a glass to the person who advanced.
Nice explanation there, Daniel. And a question from the chat here, and it is: who do you think you have the better chance against in the semi-finals? Tough question.
Wait, what are the choices?
Magnus or Tang again?
Oh, Magnus versus Tang. Okay, just making sure. Well, obviously I beat Andrew earlier in the tournament, but I think the final score against Andrew is not representative of our approximately equivalent playing strength. I think it depends on the Magnus that we're going to see. If it's a Magnus that gets 10 hours of sleep and, sips on a coffee rather than something else, I think Magnus is just a force to be reckoned with. I would have to say Andrew. I mean, obviously I want to play Magnus from the perspective of the high that you get just playing the former world champion. Apologies. But, from the perspective of my chances, of course, I would rather play Andrew. And this is no knock on Andrew. He's an absolute beast. So it's kind of like choosing between the frying pan and the fire a little bit.
Well, we know that you'll be maybe put in the flames if you don't get on over to your broadcast meeting, because, come on, I know what you have to go to. Danya will be covering Blitz Champs Stanford, so he won his bullet match. He's going on a happy note, but I know you got to get over there before the team yells at you. So thank you so much for stopping by.
Well, yeah, that's starting
Danya,
5 p.m. Eastern. If you want to watch, it's a really cool event with Stanford football players, and I'll be commentating with along with the one and only I am Casa Corley. But Robert, Simon, thanks again for your amazing coverage, and my apologies to Sasha, but I'll do my best to keep the legs churning, to borrow a football term.
Well, good luck to you, Danya. Have a good one. We'll watch your show later today, and thanks for dropping by. That is Daniel Naroditsky, always giving us words of wisdom, some anecdotes from his experiences, and just the description he had of Hikaru's play and just overall tenacity was really awesome to hear. And he moves on to the loser semifinal, where he'll await the winner of our upcoming match between Magnus Carlsen and Andrew Tang. Simon, Danya said, with no offense meant, of course, to his friend, someone he's played against a lot, in Andrew Tang, that would be his preferred opponent in the semifinals. So that begs the question, what does Andrew have to do to get through the massive roadblock that is Magnus Carlsen?
Well, these guys, Andrew and Magnus, they've played so many times before online. I mean, they fought each other on occasions in the middle of the night, in the morning, in the day. So they know each other's game much better than anyone else. And it kind of does depend on the form of both of them. Andrew's had his warm-up match already. I think that will help him. You've got to get into the zone. When you're playing Magnus Carlsen, you've got to be as near to 100% as you can possibly be. If you're at 95%, well, that little 5% against Magnus is going to tell. So it kind of depends on that. It depends on what Andrew turns up, but also what Magnus turns up, and you just got to give it your best shot. You got to, you know what openings to try out. There's not many weaknesses in Magnus's game. The one thing I would say is just try to attack him. I think it's always helpful to get the initiative in these battles.
Yeah, and what we saw from Magnus against Firouzja is that when it came down to that final stretch of the game, when mutual time trouble ensued, they're in the scramble, Firouzja was faster, and there may be no faster player with just a couple seconds on the clock than Andrew Tang. So Andrew can't afford to be down 15 seconds like he was at times earlier in the day and in some of the other matches, but I think if Andrew shows that top-class speed, Magnus will be in trouble.
Yeah, it's a good point. Andrew needs to play quickly. I agree with you. You've got to use the clock. The better chess player is Magnus. So what other advantages can you use? The clock. So get out of the openings with time advantage and maybe do what Daniel recommended in his last match. Daniel said he tried to get a 15, 20-second advantage and then at 2 or 3 moments in the game, tank a little bit of time when it's needed. But speed is going to be something Andrew will need. That rhyme, that was good, eh? Did you like that? That was clever.
Yeah,
I didn't mean that.
Another movie reference. I appreciate that. And Andrew, he does look calm. He told us earlier, he was honest, that he was nervous. But now that he's playing against Magnus Carlsen, I feel like oftentimes you feel like, all right, Magnus is the favorite. The pressure's not on me. And we'll see if Andrew can get off to a good start. Because for Magnus, yesterday against Firouzja, he was down 3-0. And guess what? The final margin was 3 points. And we're off. And it's a king's gambit.
Love it. I love this choice of opening already. It has given Magnus a very big advantage. He's in a pawn up with a great attacking situation. And I think Andrew Tang kind of, he just pre-moved into this. So that this has worked fantastically well. The extra pawn is an extra central pawn as well. And you can attack on the F-file. So a very crafty opening choice that's there, Robert.
And Andrew, he used the pin on the c-file before. He could have taken the d4 pawn. So he had the right idea, wrong execution. And now Magnus remains a pawn to the good. This looks fantastic for him. And there's too much pressure going on. The e-file, the queen on e6 is loose. The knight on d5 will be hanging if you take on e5. And the rook takes back, hitting the queen and the knight beside it. So this looks like a winning advantage for Magnus on the clock and on the board.
And you know what I like best? Magnus is singing. Can we just unmute Magnus and hear what he's singing? And me and Robert can just chill out and just hear the great karaoke star in his own environment. That's what I'd like to see. He's got his headphones on, he's tuned in, and he's getting into the vibe here. Well, we might have to wait for that, but this is something Hikaru does. I mean, is Magnus getting tricks from Hikaru? Getting his singing voice out, Robert? Do we think?
Do we know if Magnus, can sing a little bit? I mean, he does so many things at a top level. He's the #1 rated chess player. He was the #1 in fantasy football, soccer. I mean, fantasy football is a very American thing, so let's call it soccer just for ease. But he was #1 in the world in that too, so maybe he's secretly a great singer.
Come on, I mean, it's a bit sickening. He's good. He's just too good at everything. He's got to give other people a chance, right? I mean, you can be world champion at chess, but you're not allowed to be good at everything. So I'm going to say he's a terrible singer, just to make myself feel better.
Well, he has a great position right now, so whether his singing is good or not doesn't seem to be that important. And knight d1, that turned it around because the queen and the rook are both under attack. And you can see on Magnus's face, he's like, ooh, what was I thinking there?
Yeah, a little bit of overconfidence there, and that has given Andrew a good, decent position. He's the exchange up. 5-second lead on the clock, though, for Magnus, and Magnus' position is quite, well, I was going to say quite solid, but now Andrew has broken through on f7, so really good fight back from Andrew.
Oh, what a find, though, by Magnus. He sacked his queen temporarily, and look at the clock. Magnus is up over 10 seconds. He should just flag his opponent.
Yes, he's got to. I mean, Andrew's going to try flagging him enough times in this, and not easy to flag, though. Okay. Oh, look at that. Andrew. No. That was, sorry, I got Magnus. That wrong. He did flag him.
he stole his rook because Andrew felt like he had a pre-move every turn. Magnus brought his rook back. Magnus was actually going for a draw there. If the rooks were traded, it would have been a draw. So it's interesting to note that Magnus maybe not trying to shamelessly flag his opponent. You have to go for the dirty flag, but he was able to get the job done because of his lead on the clock.
He was, and he's played the King's Gambit again. This time Andrew was expecting it, and we've got a pretty standard position in the King's Gambit when you win your pawn back. White has the extra central pawn. Lots of pieces remain on the board. I love what the White Knights are doing here, jumping straight in. But, okay, the computer really liking the 2 bishops here, and there goes 1 pawn. So the King's Gambit, this is Magnus's secret weapon so far.
Yeah, Bobby Fischer used to love himself a good King's Gambit, and another world champion. Decades later, Magnus Carlsen says, I'll do the same. We know he's no longer world champion. Danya also was like, wait, former world champion Magnus Carlsen. It's so easy to forget. But, he just forgot that his bishop could be captured, so he didn't win the exchange. And did you see his reaction there?
Wow, that was just, that was a big mistake. You can't make too many mistakes like that. And even though you say Magnus is not the world champion, he's won the queen back there, it's all a bit messy. He's kind of like the world champion in our hearts, isn't he? He's the strongest player. I think isn't he still Rapid world champion or Blitz world champion? He's world champion at something. I fail to believe he's not. And
the reason why you didn't remember which one is because the answer is both, and he also just won this 3rd game in a row. So he can't stop, won't stop winning.
Yeah, of course Ding is the world champion, we know this, and a very well-deserved world champion he is, but kind of due to Magnus not taking part, isn't it, as well? I'd love to see Ding play Magnus at a future moment. Hopefully that will happen. But Magnus is the speed world champion. Okay, so he's got a nice lead, a massive lead. Is there any way that Andrew can come back from this?
Yes, definitely. Like in the overall match, I definitely believe that.
You hesitated.
The reason
Robert.
is because I thought you were asking me about this specific game, and I look at this position, and this looks like a King's Indian gone completely wrong for white and looking great for black. And you see the capture on g4 leaves the e4 pawn hanging. Yeah, this is a dream come true for Magnus.
Yeah, this is a beautiful position. Completely agree with you. Look at black's pawns piling through, and the white king incredibly exposed here. At the same time, I mean, still just about hanging on, but that F pawn is getting very close to becoming a queen as well. Queen's off the board, still hanging on. There's a nasty threat of a rook swinging over in some positions here as well. I don't think there's anything that can be done. And another win for Magnus. He seems to be on good form. Scarily good form.
When Firouzja said that Magnus needed to level up, I think Magnus has officially leveled up. Like, this is ridiculous thus far. 4 straight wins, and convincing ones at that, leading on the clock throughout most of the games. He hasn't been worse in his positions very often, and now he goes to a setup where he has his bishops both fianchettoed, and now the board's opening up for those very bishops. Advantage Magnus, ever so slight advantage, but still, I like the bishop pair.
Yeah, the bishops are looking quite good now, and he's swapped one advantage, the bishop pair, to a better pawn structure now. And the reason this is a better pawn structure is black's pawns are rigid in the middle, and that one there that Magnus is attacking is very weak, the one on d5. So it's very subtle advantages. And one thing that is clear about Magnus is his will. I mean, to be a champion like he is, it's not just about your talent, the amount of work you put in. You've got to have an amazing will. And you want to win everything. And that will to win is going to, after he lost to Firouzja, it's going to be shown in these upcoming matches. And I would not like to play an angry Magnus. Oh.
He wants some kind of he might go king f1 at some point. Oh, he dropped his rook.
He dropped his rook. Wow. He's blundered a rook after I say that. A whole rook.
And Andrew gets that win. But I think what you were saying is true, because when he beat Eric, he was upset that he gave Eric any points. He wants to win every single game he plays. He has the heart of a champion, but also he's got the hunger of a lion. Like, he really wants to win every single game that he plays. I don't even know if lions are that hungry. Like, can someone who actually knows about animals tell us, are lions just seems like kings of the jungle, or are they actually also hungry all the time? Because Hungry Hungry Hippos was a game I never played. Hungry Hungry Lions.
I reckon lions are hungry. They've got to be. They're big cats, aren't they? And I'll tell you one thing: my cat is always hungry, always eating far too much. So they've got to be. They've got to be hungry. And I love the way we sometimes digress away from the chess. It's nice to have a little break because I get a headache otherwise with the amazing play on the board. And this is so complicated, this position. I mean, the white king looks really exposed, but white is a piece up. Any result possible here?
Yeah, I thought there would be almost a checkmate, but the knights are protected, and there looks like a pin down the c-file, but there's a light square bishop in the way. But Simon, clock and king safety, both in black's favor, and rook c4 picks up, not the d4 square, but this knight on e4.
Yeah, and this is the thing, even though white was probably winning somewhere, if you have the initiative, it counts for so much at this time limit. And now it's equal-ish on material, and that white king is getting absolutely teared apart here. And I doubt it can survive. Is there a killer blow? Just taking the rook. All of a sudden, Magnus is a whole rook up.
Did you see
Look at the way he played that?
Rook h1 check. That wasn't even just like, oh, I'm going to try to flag my opponent. That was the best move. So Magnus, I mean, he really is in charge of the match right now.
He is just dominating the match at the moment. I mean, when Magnus plays like this, there's not many people who have a chance against him. Andrew's got to pick up his game. He's got to get some wins on the board. There is 20 minutes to go. Often these matches go in swings, but another strong tactic there from Magnus. Knight c6, and this is simply going up a whole rook. And he won that game in a matter of seconds. Phenomenal play.
And I love this comment from Fractured Soul. This is like watching Messi play. Simply sublime. And as an American, welcoming Messi to the MLS and Inter Miami, that should be fun. But yeah, watching Messi play throughout his career has been a treat for everybody. And watching Magnus when he's in form, it's a treat for everybody except for his opponents, because I don't think Andrew's having the best time thus far.
No, I mean, it's not enjoyable when anyone tries to smash you. But look at that. That is a beautiful move from Andrew. Absolutely stunning vision. I love that. The whole point is the white bishop can check the black king, and then it can pick up the queen in the middle. Magnus counter strikes now, so you have to be a little bit careful. And Andrew spending his time. But that just shows how strong Andrew can be and how quickly he also spots tactics.
Andrew Tang is world class, and I think when we are looking at this match, we will always acknowledge that. And Magnus just happens to have jumped out to a hot start, and he's trying to run away with his king. So considering he lost his queen, but he lost it for a knight and a rook, he does have compensation. He's worse, and now he's going to drop another pawn in the center. But I'm looking at the clock, and maybe black is even better because of the time.
Yeah, it's true. And the black knight is now secured itself in the middle of the board, and the only way that white can probably win this is by using that passed pawn, which he has shoved up the board. But the clock will be important. If it was anyone else, I'd be backing black, but Andrew is pretty well known for his speed, and that should secure the game. Nice. That was a brilliant win from Andrew. We need more of that. He's got a nice point on the board, and let's see if he can get a roll going. He needs to get a roll going now.
And point very well taken that Andrew, when he has even a time deficit, how quickly he plays, it's a sight to behold. And he was able to win that game. He kept enough time on the clock and found the killer blow. And in this game, Magnus just kind of playing this slowly. He's giving away a pawn to open up some lines. And bishop takes d6, queen takes d6 to follow. The e6 pawn will be tender.
I think Andrew doing the right thing, being brave. Yeah, you're right. This is lovely. Nearly. It was close.
Oh my goodness!
Does it work?
I'm just shocked at all moments when moves like that happen. Like here's the queen a4. I wasn't even looking in that direction. I was looking along the c file, and well, Andrew's done well to hold on here. The knight takes f5. That's a good shot from Magnus, but what in the world of an opposite color bishop rook endgame where white's pawn structure is better?
Yeah. I mean, that again, it's going so quickly. I mean, white is better here because white's got the potential to get a passed pawn. So you see the pawn on the right-hand side. Okay, it's still a little bit better for white, but should be a draw. There goes the passed pawn. Going to come down to the clock, though. Extra extra lot of time for Magnus, but I feel that 50 moves should be made here in time.
Yeah, there they are.
Draw. Yeah.
They actually repeated the position 3 times, and I was going to say if the colors were reversed, I think Andrew may be able to get that job done and flag Magnus, but the moves were so easy to play. You just move your king back and forth, and so pre-moves were available. And now in this game, we get a London system, Andrew Tang's specialty, and so far looks pretty normal. I think Black has escaped the opening without any disadvantage whatsoever.
Yep. And here comes the Black Pawns moving down the board. I mean, that's the other thing about, I would say like a regular Grandmaster. I don't mean that with any disrespect, but not a world champion. And Andrew is nothing. He's not a regular Grandmaster. That's the wrong thing to say. But someone who hasn't played in World Championship matches, Magnus's openings are just so good because he's prepared for so many of these big encounters with a team behind him, and he's able to swap in and out of certain openings, and he should be okay in most positions. I say that, though. He is playing 1a6 quite a lot in this match, which is a very peculiar opening to play. And here it's Black attacking again, Robert.
It looks like that to my eyes, but Andrew is stopping that attack by playing in the center. That's often how you combat somebody who's going after your king. And I just want to quickly follow up what you were saying, that as regular grandmasters ourselves, no, I think we know what you mean, that our opening preparation, oh gosh, that's a blunder of an exchange there on e3. But even though some games, some openings, oh, that was a mouse slip by Magnus, and he gets away with it because Andrew was pre-moving, and a little smile out of Andrew. But we get away with things in individual games, some moments, openings, but on the whole, people who played in the candidates in the World Championship matches, their opening preparation is much deeper and better. And Magnus, he's looking to pick up this game with the black pieces. He has a rook against a bishop. Those pass pawns are stopped. Simon, this looks like a win for Black based on how much time remains.
Yes, another point. Just racking them up at the moment, even after a mouse slip there. Yeah, I mean, it's just a show of class at the moment, the way that Magnus is playing. He loves having the 2 bishops as well. Magnus, there's little things in his games that you will see happen time and time again. And I think maybe the stronger you get as a player, the more you appreciate having the 2 bishops. That's why I like having the knights, because I find them trickier. Mm-hmm. And here you can see those bishops working very well to win the exchange. Black has some attacking chances here, though.
And what? Magnus just blundered a bishop on f5 with check. He is not going to... And h6 is an important move because queen takes b4. There are back rank threats. So right now, Andrew is in charge in this game on the board and on the clock. But finding the knockout, not so easy here, because if the queens come off the board, winning from there will be far from simple.
Yeah. You've got to win this one. The white king, very weak. Get your dark square bishop. Maybe g6 as a move here, or g5. That would be quite... maybe it doesn't work so well now, getting on the dark squares. I agree with what you said about keeping the queens on. When you've got the knight and bishop versus the rook, you want to keep the queens on the board, generally, because they're great attackers. And I think now it will be Magnus resigning, and he does, because the queen was about to check white's king, and it's just too exposed there.
And we got a just resign from Simon, and you were spot on. Simon says, and it happens. And this kind of position, I feel like, is nice in bullet, the one we're seeing from the white side here. A7 just dropped, so Magnus didn't take care of his a-pawn, and now it's off the board, and the advantage very heavily in Andrew Tang's favor in this game.
It is, but look at that a-file. I mean... Oh, straight in with a tactic. Does that work, or is it bluff? Another thing I've noticed is that Magnus does bluff occasionally. You know, when things go a little bit wrong, he will play a quick move, confidence, and because he's Magnus Carlsen, his opponents won't always, capitalize on that.
Yeah, you believe the former world champion and the #1 rated player in the world for such a long time now. I believe that Andrew will win this game, as he is 2 knights for a rook in the position. He's about to gobble up the queenside pawn, and now his passer just runs.
There's still a chance. I mean, it's not all over. It's 7.5 to 3.5. There's 12 minutes left. Andrew is now getting into a bit of a rhythm. He's playing really well just to get points on the board against this horrendously strong player. And if he wins this one, well, it's still doable. Still possible.
He needs to win this one because Magnus is trying to catch up on the clock, but finally the rook's under attack, the g6 pawn, the b6 pawn is passed. So that was a resignation. Andrew gets it. It's a 3-point deficit now. And Magnus, he shows that, hey, there are times where he missteps, and Andrew was able to scoop up that bishop on f5 with check and then win the game.
Yep, important win there. He's getting a bit more into the match now, Andrew. His confidence is growing, and you need to have that. In this one, we see Magnus playing with a knight instead of the bishop, but he has a nice compact pawn structure, no weaknesses in white's position, and maybe black's pawns are even a little bit overextended. There you go, one pawn drops, and there could be some more exchanges here, but is that a pawn going to drop? It does drop, so a pawn up for Magnus.
Clean pawn. And this king on g1, if queens were on the board, we say maybe black can get an attack on the light squares, but without queens on the board, there's no checkmating threats, and f3 stops all of that before I can even finish my sentence about it.
And the next stage here would be able to... Oh, he just blundered there. Oh dear, mouse slip. 4 points in it.
Yeah. Mouse slips, they happen, especially in bullet. We saw Danya drop his queen in front of a bishop and lose that earlier because of a mouse slip. So none of these players, it's not a foreign concept to them, but probably a moment that Angela, can I mouse slip later today? Not in my match against Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah. You always mouse slip when it's the worst possible time as well, I found. You know, you don't mouse slip on like move 1 where it doesn't matter. It's always when you're winning and you drop a queen. And here, well, again, look at black's pieces. Black has won a piece with that pin, and the black king is very safe, so there's not really any compensation, and that's why Andrew resigns, just to get on with the next game. I love the use of the king's gambit. I play the king. I'm one of the only grandmasters who still plays it. You mentioned Bobby Fischer playing the king's gambit. I think the most famous world champion was Boris Spassky. He won every single game he played in the King's Gambit. Played it against great players. And you can play these openings still, even at the top level.
Yeah. I mean, Magnus and Hikaru also, he dabbles with the King's Gambit and played it for a long time. But this is terrible. This is why you don't play the King's Gambit, is because your king is still in the center and black is happily up a pawn, and you could probably just start taking things, and the knight on e4 is in trouble. This is just game over.
It should be, yeah. Bishop g6, a class move. Yeah, it is game over, Robert. You're right, and a nice little touch there at the end. Really good play from Andrew. He's spotting the tactics there very quickly.
It's now a clean exchange with the safer king, and Magnus, he shouldn't resign. And he's taking a drink of water. He'll probably let his time elapse. Look at how much time is left in this match. 8 minutes, and now about to be 40 seconds. He did resign. Wow, as soon as I said that he resigned, he could have let that time go.
He is super confident, Robert. You know, I mean, he just wants to win more games. He's confident in his ability. He's thinking, I don't need to do any of these tactics. I'm just going to win more games. And I want to know what he's singing. At least we've got a question for the interview, right? What music is he listening to? And what's he singing? Anyone got any predictions in the chat? What will Magnus say he's listening to?
You know you're asking for it, Simon, by getting the chat involved about what he's listening to. We're going to get some funny answers.
Yeah.
But I am actually curious. We heard Bortnick say he likes to listen to rock music and just different, whatever he's vibing to at the moment. But right now, Magnus in this game, up and outside pawn, king very safe. The e-pawn advances, and those hanging pawns in the center, they can be strengths if you can get them going, and they take away squares from enemy pieces, but they can also be dangling and weaknesses.
Yeah. And it's weird. There's too many knights in this position for me to be able to work out what's happening. But there goes the exchange. Even though the exchange is gone, black's knights, they're holding a lot of squares. Very good play so far. And there it goes. Andrew wins another one. So he's keeping himself just about in the match.
And Magnus was really unhappy about that. I see that Michael Jackson beat it. Shout out there. Guardians of the Galaxy music. See, you told you didn't just get ridiculous answers.
Yeah, I know. I was asking for it, as you said there, Robert, a little bit too much, wasn't I? So I was setting myself up. Barbie girl. I've seen
He's listening to Hikaru's stream. That's a really good answer by Fi-D.
Okay, we see him in this game using tactics a little bit more. Just to run the clock down. Now, there's 6 minutes 46. And the score is 3 in it. So, okay, Andrew needs to win a game or two to make this interesting.
And no more.
I love this opening.
Yeah, no more.
This.
I would say no more King's Gambit, but he sacked a piece. This is your style.
This is actually supposed to be pretty good for White, and I was thinking, why did in the previous match this wasn't tried out? Because G6 is a little mistake. A3 actually sets up G6 and the sacrifice. It's kind of a very weird delayed Halloween Gambit idea, and now it's equal material, and there's a big check with the knight misplacing Black's king, but this also looks like a decent way to play. Black's pawns are horribly distorted here.
But I also love what Magnus did there. He just lost the advantage by his follow-up decisions. But instead of going for checkmate or a check that might not have amounted to much, he just ruined his opponent's pawn structure. But Andrew now, if you push this pawn to c3, then the queen comes into a2, and you're just going for checkmate. Queen a2 is still a great move. The c2 pawn is loose. This looks resignable.
Yeah, this is a chance, and it's only going to be 2 points in it. This is where, even if you are Magnus Carlsen, you start to get a little bit nervous. You don't want to lose this big lead. And you can see, I think he swore a little bit there. He's letting his time go down. He's readjusting. Andrew has a chance. He's back in the match. There's 5 minutes to go. Remember, you need to win by 2 points. And if Andrew takes the next one, well, it's game on.
He'll be cutting it to 1. And now you see no more 1a6. He probably going to stop playing the King's Gambit going forward. Magnus is now like, this is getting too close for comfort. Now I need to give my full focus and play more mainline stuff. And I don't think Andrew knows this line nearly as well as Magnus does.
No, it's very hard to know the lines as well as, Magnus, who has this team of workers. And this is a very interesting idea. And if Black can stop White from castling, it could be a disaster. And yeah, he puts pressure on that knight, so if White castles, he captures it. And now White can't castle. So White's king is walking a tightrope. But what happened there? Did Magnus blunder a piece? I think he just lost a piece.
His knight was under attack. The piece of b4, was under attack and just didn't move it. That was strange.
Look at his face, Robert. Oh, if Andrew can keep this together, which, oh no, it's getting messy. Rook b1. Oh, he's fought back into the match. White is completely tied up here.
Wow.
This is a big game, Robert, I feel.
It is, yeah, because if Andrew won, it would be a 1-point match. But now Magnus, he's head bobbing. He's trading pieces if he wants to. He's also up over 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is a massive game because the difference with this one was, as you said, it could be 1 point in the match or 3 if Magnus wins. And Magnus wins to take it to 3 points, meaning that, and look at him, he gives a little laugh there, realizing he's very lucky, meaning that Andrew must win this game now with the black pieces and maybe the next game as well. I mean, this is a must-win scenario, isn't it? This game?
He needs to win this one, and he needs to win the next one, and he doesn't have a choice in the matter. So from the black side of this position, it looks like the pawn structure, not particularly good for either side, but the c7, c6 pawn is harder to get to. That pawn on f3 in particular, down the road, that could be a real weakness that White has to defend.
Yeah, and I love what Black's done with the knight there. The knight finding a great square. Rook takes knight as a threat. So Magnus sacrifices first here. And Black has chances in this one. Chances to get that important win, which he must win.
Yes, but the f-file, that's going to give Black a lot of the action there. With the knight on d3, that is one of the best placed pieces you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, and those 2 pawns also, Robert, they're coming through the board, aren't they? I mean, 2 connected pass pawns, very scary here. And the rook now has to give way to the h-pawn with... Okay, maybe that could have been played better.
Yeah, what a find, though. King g6, but now knight f4 kicks the king away. h7 falls, and Uh-oh, it looks like mate. 96, rookie 7.
I think that could be it. You can see Andrew shaking his head there. There's only 2 minutes left, and Magnus giving a little cheer there. He realizes he's through, and maybe a little sigh of relief.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll be complete. Sorry,
I was gonna say the same thing that you were about to say. So please finish, Simon.
I was gonna say I don't think Magnus will be 100% happy with the way the match went, but I don't know. It sort of hasn't been that clean.
And I think that's why he celebrated, because if he was going to win this match by a large margin, he'd be like, yeah, okay, another day at the office. But the fact that Andrew gave him a serious fight and there were some odd blunders and things of that nature, even in Bullet, odd for Magnus, I think that he felt like he was on some rocky terrain. And, well, even in this game, like he was doing just fine, and suddenly he's dropped a pawn in an endgame, and his pawn structure is bad. So it has not been a perfect performance by any stretch of the imagination, but that's who Magnus is. Even when he's not playing perfectly, he's still beating stars like Andrew Tang by several points.
Yeah, I mean, he's done enough, I think, in this one, but he needs to play better than this if he's going to beat Hikaru, I would say. If we do see a Magnus Carlsen Hikaru final, I think Magnus will have to play a little bit better, because Hikaru is just not going to show any mercy.
He'll have to play better than this to beat Danya tomorrow, right? The way he's played in this match, Danya beat Andrew Tang by 8 points. And of course, things change day to day and match by match. But the way Danya's been playing in this event, I really think that Magnus will have to improve his play. And, well, I don't know if this last game, maybe it's off in time. It doesn't change the match victor, that is Magnus. So, yeah, this game has concluded. They stopped it. And Magnus is like, why? I'll play another one.
Yeah. I mean, okay, well, Andrew's resigned that one, realising there's no point. It's not going to affect the match at all. And we see Magnus winning that one. And it got a little bit close at one moment, but the stronger player did win. Throughout that match, Magnus was always ahead. And, a pretty good performance there.
Yeah, pretty good. 5-point win over Andrew Tang. And it's going to be scary for opponents when he levels up even more from pretty good to his best. So Magnus Carlsen, he wins the match against Andrew Tang. He stays alive in this Bullet Chess Championship. He will face Daniel Naroditsky. So Magnus has ensured himself a top 4 ranking, and we will surely get him in for an interview. So I believe, are going to head for a quick break after we look at the bracket, where, and as we look at the bracket, we see that Magnus is playing against Daniel Naroditsky, and that is in the loser's semifinal. But up later today is Hikaru against Alireza Firouzja in the winner's final. That's our last match of the day, Simon.
Yeah, what a match that's going to be. I mean, we've just seen, the strongest chess player in all formats against, I guess you could argue, the strongest player in online Bullet. And that is going to be a brilliant match as well, isn't it? I mean, Hikaru, it's always good watching Hikaru play. Magnus through, though, to the next round, so we can be happy about that. I mean, it was an interesting match. I also saw that Magnus has had a haircut. Sometimes you've got to, just reinvent yourself. I always got in the habit, Robert, of having a bit of a haircut before I played a chess tournament, because it made me feel that little bit more confident. I wouldn't touch the beard, though. The beard can just go do its straggly thing. The beard's got to stay. But sometimes a little bit of a haircut does help, I think. And, new haircut, new person.
Well, the beard is majestic. New haircut, new person. New scenery, new person. Because Magnus is actually on the go. We're not going to get an interview. He has to catch his cab. So we are going to head to break. But when return, it is, in fact, Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja. You will not want to miss that.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go Platinum to add unlimited game review or Diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30
Oh,
minutes.
man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Oh, 97. He played.
97, he misses the fork.
He's good, man. He's good.
He can take on D5 with check, and the problem is now he has no mating attack. He's got to turn the game around. He's just giving up his bishop, and he's giving
What's going on here?
Double captured, and he's getting mated. He's thinking about winning when he's losing, and then he's going to demoralize you when he does that.
Andrew quickly winning a couple games in a row. That is really important for him. Oh my gosh! He allowed a checkmate as soon as I said winning a couple games.
He gets it done again. Just reminds us, Robert, why he's on top of the bullet world.
You're a 3-time bullet chess champion, the biggest chess streamer on the planet, the number 2 rated player in the world in classical chess. That is Hikaru Nakamura in the winners finals, taking on Alireza Firouzja. And what we just saw there is his resourcefulness, his tenacity, his ability to turn games around.
Yeah, 100%, Robert. Hikaru is just good at everything in bullet. He can play the openings incredibly well. Danya mentioned how he picks the openings for certain opponents and he can tune in to their weaknesses. He can play positional chess incredibly well, endings well, tactics amazing. If he gets an advantage, he doesn't let the advantage slip, and he also creates major problems when he's in a worse position. He's pretty good at everything. I mean, that's just everything, Robert. How do you beat him? How can you beat Hikaru?
I don't have the answers, so I think we'll have to wait and see if Alireza Firouzja does, because that is our matchup starting in just under 10 minutes. Firouzja, originally from Iran, now playing for France. He is really, really, really good at bullet himself, and we've heard his confidence. Firouzja saying, I didn't feel like I was an underdog against Magnus. He wasn't the favorite against me, and I think that he feels that Hikaru isn't much of a favorite either.
Yep, he's full of confidence. He's young, he's quick, he's an amazing attacker, and he's dangerous at everyone. He's got lots of experience in bullet chess, and he's been tipped by so many people as being a future world champion as well. He's basically the whole package, and I think this is one match that everyone can be really excited for. I mean, what better way to continue a streak? You beat Magnus Carlsen, or one day, and you face Hikaru the next day. And if you beat Hikaru, then it's like, yeah, okay, I'm the daddy. Who's the daddy? I'm the daddy. And it's now time for Firouzja to try and prove that he's the daddy. So, will he be the daddy? Am I saying daddy too much?
I'm not going to judge you for it, but you called out that he beat Magnus yesterday, so why not Hikaru today? And that's the type of event that Alireza Firouzja wants to continue having, because you look up in the winners final, it's Firouzja, it's Nakamura. Alireza took down Magnus Carlsen. It was Hikaru taking down Daniel Naroditsky. And the loser of this match, the good news for them is that they're not eliminated. They just go down to the losers final, where they await the winner of Danya versus Magnus. So we're at our final 4. And Alireza Firouzja, he doesn't want to be the person floating down to the losers bracket and having to work his way back up. This is a determined kid. Is he still a kid? He's like 20 years old now, but it still feels like a kid, because he is one of the game's great prodigies. He was personally selected, handpicked by Magnus Carlsen, saying, I would only play him if I was going to compete for the World Chess Championship. Alireza, he floundered in the candidates tournament as he leaves his chair there. He actually was playing a lot of bullet when things weren't going his way. Danya and Alireza played a long match during the candidates that was much talked about. But Firouzja, he's proven himself in this time control. He won the 2021 Bullet Chess Championship. It's his 5th appearance. He's peak rating 35-21.
Incredible player. I mean, both of these players are just incredible. We mentioned a lot about Firouzja and how Magnus handpicked him. Firouzja had won that candidates tournament. Magnus would have played the World Championships, and being handpicked by Magnus Carlsen is quite special. I think the other thing that we should note, though, is that pressure upon your shoulders, right? If you are Alireza Firouzja and you're being picked by the world champion, everyone's saying, oh, you're going to be the next world champion. It can make you crumble, right? It's just too much pressure for most people, and to be able to handle that, you have to be quite special. And Alireza, he's shown that he can handle that, and that he's got a very good confidence about him, and he's going to need to have that confidence to take down Hikaru today. So this is probably the match I've been most excited about so far, Robert. I mean, you can't get more excited than this match, can you?
I don't think so, because not only is it these two powerhouses, but there's so much on the line. Neither player wants to drop to the loser's bracket, as we were talking about. So the elimination, that's not going to happen to either player here. But the winner is guaranteed minimum $16,000 and a top 2 final placement, whereas the loser drops down to the loser's final, minimum 3rd place. But $16K for the winner is guaranteed. That's quite a chunk of change.
It's not bad. That will certainly help Alireza start his fashion career. And, which I wonder, we have to ask him about that if we get to an interview stage. But it's a big, big goal on offer here. I mean, you win this, you go through in a very comfortable position with a great deal of money as well. So it's going to be a big match. And another thing we should mention is this match is longer than the other matches. I think it's 45 minutes that they play for. Previous to this, all matches have been 30 minutes. And that, I guess, means it favours the stronger player. I'm not even sure who the stronger player is. I guess we've got to go for Hikaru. But both of these players have won this competition before, because it means the variance is less when you have more time. Do we think that's going to favour Hikaru, or is it just too hard to say, Robert?
It's so hard to distinguish between these two players, because Hikaru has 3 titles to his name. That gives him the nod. But Alireza beat Hikaru when he went on his path to the championship. As you see on this graphic in front of you, that not only is Hikaru a speed demon, he's the #1 classical rated American. He's #2 in the world. I think that might be the more important number to his name, because he and Paravyan are separated by just a few rating points for that top American spot. And for #2 behind Magnus Carlsen, he's the reigning 3-time bullet champion, reigning 5-time speed chess champion, and the number of subscribers on YouTube, it goes up and away, over 2 million at this point, in addition to all of the followers he has on Twitch. So he was the top seed as the reigning champion. But, for Hikaru, he's streaming. He is doing this live in front of his audience. He doesn't need to prove anything to anybody. He's been elite for a long time now, but it feels like he's never ever stops trying. He always wants to win. And for Firouzja, he's the younger of the two, and his full career is ahead of him.
That's right, yeah. I mean, I don't think either of these players have much to prove, really, but to get to their situation, they're kind of born champions, so they just want to win. They've got that side to them where nothing else matters except for winning. So they're both going to be fighting very hard. I mean, I don't believe Hikaru fully when he says, the chess career doesn't matter and he's just a streamer. Yeah, that sounds like a bit of a cover to me. It maybe takes a bit of pressure off him. He is the world's most famous chess streamer. He's done brilliantly from that, but he's an amazing chess player. He's #2 in the world in classical chess. He is incredibly strong at all parts of the game. So, I don't know. He's not just a streamer, is he, Robert? I mean, he can do other things well as well. He can move the pieces occasionally.
Yeah, there's this variant, I forget what it's called, maybe Fisher Random, and I think Hikaru did okay in that event. Yeah, he's the Fisher Random world champion. So he keeps racking up the titles. Title Tuesday, it feels like he's winning maybe every other one at this stage. It's just incredible, the number of tournament victories he has, the trophies on his mantle. But Alireza Firouzja, so he's the younger of the two, and he doesn't have as many tournament wins. But what I was impressed by after the candidates did not go well for Alireza. They were probably a disappointment for him and his team, but then he rebounded by tying for first and ultimately winning the Sinkfield Cup and the Grand Chess Tour. So that rebound, that ability to come back after having some disappointment and frustration, instead of just throwing in the towel, he's like, you know what, that just makes you want to work harder.
Yeah, I mean, what's that favourite expression, Robert? It's not how you fall down, it's how you get up. And we're all gonna have knocks in our lives, and we just got to get up and prove that we're stronger from them. And that's the sign of a real champion, right? to take the punch in the face, but get up stronger after that punch or whatever knock you get. And we're getting very close to the match now, I think.
Yeah, and we have an empty chair on camera as Hikaru left, but he will be right back to start this match. And for Firouzja, he wants this. You know he does. I like the confidence because I don't think it's a false confidence when he said that I didn't feel like the underdog against Magnus. He proved that he probably wasn't. And now against Hikaru, Alireza has beaten Hikaru before. And by the way, their ratings, if I'm seeing this correctly, Alireza 33-23, Hikaru 33-39 at the moment. So only 16 rating points as they're both above 3,300 in bullet chess.
Yeah, that number's just too high for me. I'm not even sure what that means anymore. It's just astronomical. But they are, it shows that they're just very closely matched. And we have some moves. We are starting, and we're starting with Hikaru on the white side of one of his favorite openings. And Alireza going for a King's Indian defense setup.
Yeah, and look at this pawn chain. Connect 5 for white, connect 4 for black. And you typically attack in the direction of your pawn chain. So black's pawn chain is heading towards the king side. I really like this for Firouzja. And as you know, white finally strikes with e4. If a knight can get to d6, maybe you have some compensation. But at the first glance, I think that black's position looks very healthy.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, if you compare the bishops, white's dark square bishop is trapped behind that pawn, and black's dark square bishop is pointing at that pawn in the middle. And the black knight has potential to swing its way in. And I think these first couple of games are so important because you can relax a little bit. You can't really ever relax, but you can slightly relax if you get a lead. And look at that. Black winning an important pawn. He can win another pawn here, but the B pawn is quite weak. Still very complex, this position.
Yeah, isn't c5 about to drop and then b6? But Hikaru recognizes it's not just about the passed pawn. This endgame should be level. And I think at this stage, with limited material, the knight will sacrifice itself for one pawn, and that's the only pawn remaining that should just make a draw.
Solid start from both players. Good save from Hikaru there. It looked like Alireza was pushing him a little bit. Interesting to see what openings they both decide upon. And we had a Berlin here, so Hikaru showing that he wants to go solid against his younger opponents.
And Hikaru knows this Berlin very well from the black side. He goes for the bishop, and knight takes e5, a tactic on f7, and the h5 knight is hanging. So well spotted by Firouzja. A bit of a careless move by Hikaru. That's what happens when you're playing instantly. Clear advantage Firouzja in this game.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty safe pawn or two that white has taken. He's just got to get his knight out, though. This is a key thing. You know, if that white knight is not able to develop, it could be trouble, even in the ending. Hikaru now annoying that knight, but white has the lead. Shouldn't lose this game with the extra pawn, but there goes one pawn. A little bit of danger here.
Yeah, one pawn down for black, but 7 seconds up, but that's a piece. That is the game.
Bang. Nice win there from Firouzja.
Yes,
and
you can see Hikaru on a delay, by the way. Like he's streaming, so the camera is coming in on a delay because his reaction was several seconds after he blundered that piece.
Yeah. Good start so far. I mean, there's a long way to go. Remember, it's a 45-minute match, and we're into the next game quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Nice tactic there. Showing a tactic.
Yeah. Double exclam. You were seeing it first. The e6 pawn was hanging too many pieces loose, and the king on g8 would be in check.
Yeah, and Hikaru just working out if he can go bishop takes knight there, but this is a safer way of doing it. But here, what's happening? The evaluation bar suddenly is liking black there for a second, and these black bishops are creating a lot of counterplay.
Yeah, so what is it? An extra pawn for white, but a pair of bishops for black. I like the extra material. I feel in bullet, it's good to give your opponent double pawns. It's good to steal a pawn, even if it's a gambit. You know, if it loses, don't take the pawn. But I think for the most part, proving that compensation is very difficult in quick chess.
Yep. Not much material on the board here, so probably a draw is the most likely. If we look at the time situation, though, that's a big advantage from Hikaru, who is 10 seconds up on the clock. And that is something which is going to tell in these endings.
And we're seeing pawns get traded on opposite colored bishops. I think Hikaru should try to flag Alireza here. The moves aren't always going to be pre-movable for black, especially after f5. Now you got to get your bishop back, but this is not an easy endgame. In fact, isn't white... No, it's not winning because of the corner. Brilliant awareness from Alireza, but Hikaru, steal the a4 pawn, bring your king backwards, take the pawn, make a pawn move at some moment. Alireza is going to flag.
Oh, this is horrible because this is a drawn position. Even though white is 4 points up, you cannot promote your pawn to a queen because of stalemate. So you just win on time, and that is painful losing like that. That's only happens in bullet chess, but it is, of course, part of the game, part of the process. I mean, winning like that, it's a bit sadistic, but you've got to be sadistic if you want to be a top chess player.
Yeah, and if you want to win the Bullet Chess Championship, you simply must. We say it every day. Do not have shame in flagging your opponent. It's not even a dirty flag. It's part of the game. You're playing with 1 minute to start with. If you wanted to play stellar chess, perfect chess, you're not going to be playing bullet chess. So it's good to see how they work in the scrambles. Hikaru, too much extra time for Firouzja to deal with. And in this game, Hikaru's king looks wide open, whereas the king on g1 looks very, very safe.
It does. 1.5 forward. I think this is how the match is going to go. It's going to go blow for blow. King safety, as you pointed out, Robert, is one of the key things. And this last move is attacking the pawn. Maybe white can just grab that pawn. He does. But the black king is so exposed here compared to the white king. The white king just tucked away safely on g1.
Yeah, the king on g1. It's just tucked in. I got a blanket above it. And, queen d3 double attack.
Beautiful move there, attacking the knight and the bishop in the middle. Great awareness from Alireza. Yeah, blanket up that king, and Alireza now goes up a point as well. He's looking very good at the moment, Alireza, Robert.
And 70% of the chat predicted Hikaru would win this match. So it's still anyone's match. Very early on, 38 minutes remaining in this one. So yeah, we don't know who's going to win, but 70% thought it would be Hikaru, and I think 70% would say Hikaru should be the favorite in this specific game because that bishop on e5 looks pretty trapped to my eyes.
Yeah, there's no way out for that bishop. Okay, well, he's found the way you can get it into d4. There's also knight g4 here, though. Was an interesting idea, but okay. The knight on d1 stops that idea, I guess, and Hikaru finding some precise defensive moves here to convert that extra piece. Alireza fighting a little bit, but they are so accurate. I mean, that's what makes these players sort of stand out, Robert. I feel like how they just blunder less. They make less mistakes. They take their chances when they're given to them.
And just great moves, one after another. And we see a queen trade, bishop d4. He could have just taken on a7. He plays this move, bishop d4, and now we're seeing liquidation. And white is simply up a piece. There might be a bishop e8 to g6 with a rook e8 mate. That's probably what I would try to aim for, like right now. And that's what's going to happen in this one.
Yeah, nice way to finish it. And Hikaru thinking a little bit there. Okay.
Yeah. What just happened? So many pawns just went off the board.
I must admit, Robert, after commentating this for a couple of hours now, sometimes my brain just goes to mush. So I don't know how the players do it, and this is not clear at all. Really not clear. Because that pawn is on pre, but look at the time.
It's mate.
Look at the time.
Rook h2 is mate. And so Alireza wins that game? Are you kidding me?
What? I didn't even realize he won that game.
I mean, from the start of that, Hikaru was up a piece, making all these good moves, and then suddenly several blunders in a row happened, and Alireza had just enough time to deliver the knockout.
That was incredible. I mean, you could see it on Hikaru's face there. He's shaking his head. And this is dangerous territory for Hikaru. It was a bit too quick for me, I'll be honest. And somehow Alireza won that game, taking a 2-point lead. And the reason it's dangerous is a loss like that can affect you. You can start doubting yourself, and it can give your opponent strength as well.
Okay.
White breaking in the centre here. I mean, there was a knight f6. Yeah, sorry, Robert.
No, don't. No, yeah, we have the same mind. I think it still should work. Some kind of knight f6 check with queen g4 to follow. The black king has no defenders, and Alireza, he spots it the second time.
Yeah, this move just opens up the Black King, and maybe not. Oh, it is. It's just winning. It's crushing. And look, Alireza, that is the danger. You go on tilt. You hardly ever see Hikaru lose 3 games in a row. Alireza is just tearing through him at the moment.
Yeah, and you cannot let those opportunities go by like Hikaru did when he was up a piece. And now Hikaru, he should be up a piece again because that bishop on c5, oh wow, what a actually save there from Alireza. He makes space for his bishop on the diagonal, but at the very least, Hikaru's going to go up a pawn. And I feel like this is something Hikaru says often, that perfection is often the enemy of the good, and he says that with respect to bullet chess, because when you start spending all of this time trying to find the objectively best move every single turn, you end up down 6 seconds, and you may not have enough time to convert your advantage.
Interesting point there. Yeah, I mean, in classical chess, you try to play perfect, and you try to spend your time doing the right thing. But in bullet chess, you obviously can't do that. You just got to go with your instincts. You've got to play practical moves sometimes rather than the best moves, and that's something which you got to master. People I've seen in the chat saying this is not chess. Well, it is chess. It's just a different form of chess. It's chess on some on steroids basically. Steroid chess, which is
Hey, it's still chess, right? Barry Bonds might have done steroids. He still was a baseball player.
It's still chess. Yeah, I mean, it's just a zooked up version. What's happening here? It looked like Hikaru was winning, but is he going to throw this away?
He was winning, but now, the trick. Hikaru gets the queen, and gets the game.
Important win there. Very important win. Hikaru could not have lost another game. He's 2 points, and you can see, you look at their faces, he's gone into that Zen mode, right? Hikaru realizes that he can't let the game slip away from him anymore, and he's going full in Zen mode at this moment in time. They swap off into an ending, and it's a position which is fairly even at the moment. So when you get these situations, the time is very important, right? The time situation.
And we know Hikaru's camera is on a slight delay because he is streaming. But we saw, a little head bopping there, and then a little bit like, maybe not so much. So I don't know what it is about this game, but you see the eval bar all of a sudden saying white is better. Watch out, king g4, king h5. I think white does have the upper hand on the king side.
Yes. Little advantage there, and the time situation, well, Hikaru is well up on time. So again, this is he's up on time, but it's more important what's happening on the board here. And those rooks, the white rooks, are creating a net around the king, and we have a checkmate on the board. Another point.
For Firouzja, yeah, Alireza, he's in really good form right now, elite form. And now Hikaru's going back to his B3 systems, his Nimzo Larsens. I really want to rename it the Naka, just because he plays it so much. But, it has your great predecessors, just like Kasparov's books. And this position looks fantastic for Alireza. I mean, you have this knight on d4, this bishop on d6 staring towards the white king side. Now another piece into the initiative. This is one of those openings that you can get away with against a regular grandmaster. Alireza, he ain't regular. He is really ridiculously strong.
Kind of forget how strong Alireza is, right? I mean, the chat, you guys in the chat, you're all saying 70% Hikaru. You got faith in the great man, but Alireza, he's proving just how strong he is. And look at the scoreline at the moment. He's 4 points up. There is a lot of time to go. There's 31 minutes. This is how long the normal matches are. So there is time. But if Alireza can keep this focus, it's going to be very tough to that lead is important. 4 points is 4 points.
And Alireza is completely concentrated. And oh, wow, what a tactical awareness from Hikaru. He gives up his queen because there would have been pawn takes f2 with a fork. He would have had a rook and 2 minor pieces for the queen. So what we haven't said is 2 minor pieces for a rook, and Alireza still in this game, and not just in it, apparently better because of the queenside pressure and now extra material. Oh, he hung a piece.
Yeah, and Hikaru. Well, Black seems to be doing very well here. I mean, he got the knights rolling very well. White's got this one chance with his passed pawn. But I don't think that pawn should be good. I mean, look at that. Spotting a tactic like that so quickly is just remarkable. And this does win a piece, but still, Black, after losing that piece in a good situation.
Yeah, 2 minor pieces still outclass a rook, so 3 was too much, but 2 still enough. And here we see that Hikaru brings his pieces in. That is game over as he just mops up the remaining pawns and gets a victory. Resignation from Firouzja, and it's back to 3 points. So it seems like a lot. 3 points is a pretty big spread, but Hikaru has plenty of time as he tries to make this comeback happen.
He does. He still has time to do it. And they're following the same opening process. I mean, Daniel mentioned that one of the problems with Hikaru that he found was that Hikaru's openings were so well suited against him. But I must say, in this match, I think Firouzja has picked some good openings. He's getting good aggressive positions. Firouzja loves attacking, and he seems to be getting many positions where he's able to use that genius-like awareness of tactics that he's showing.
Yes. What's the material count? Suddenly, Black is up a pawn, and despite the name there, it is Firouzja with the black pieces. They are about equal in strength for the most part across the time controls. But today, it feels like Firouzja is perfectly on form, and he is now winning the c5 pawn if he wants it, and he does.
White does have a great knight, though. I mean, it is a pawn up for Black, and there's a little bit of pressure against White King. But look at White's knight in the center of the board. It's beautiful. If Black can ever dislodge that knight with a pawn, it would be he's trying to do that now. And hang on a minute. What about the Black King? The Black King now very exposed, and White comes in with a check, and you can try to target that Black King. Knight takes pawn, and all of a sudden Hikaru has turned it around, and complete turnaround, Robert.
That's mate. I mean, he's just winning down the h-file. He takes that game, and I mean, Summon, he was down a pawn. But you called it. I think that I wasn't paying enough attention to that knight was better than the bishop. The light square bishop was staring into nothing, and that knight was able to reroute and deliver a win.
Yeah, I mean, the games are coming so quick and fast as well. I mean, it's incredible the speed they're playing at, the speed they're playing the next games. And we're getting similar positions to this. I love this last move from Alireza. It makes the Black King a little bit weaker. Black doing well maybe on the queen side, but actually that's not clear. I think White must have an advantage here.
I'm with you. I think that Black just doesn't get access to the move pawn c4. If Black can play that, then you open up the queen side for your pieces, and Hikaru's doing the right thing. Give me those dark squares. h4, knight h5 type of ideas, or g5, g4. He can try to attack on the king side.
Yes, using the h-pawn, and look at that knight and queen. So Hikaru targeting White's king here, and Firouzja is now forced to bring his pieces over to defend his king. There comes another knight, that black knight coming into those holes. Look at that knight. What a beautiful square. Hikaru playing a great game here, but Firouzja defending with all his might as well. And all of a sudden, I think White's better.
Yeah, like all of a sudden that rook on a6 is miserably misplaced, and there probably are some tactics against that king that's standing out on g6.
Look at the maneuver of that knight, Robert, and wow, a beautiful trick there from Hikaru. Beautiful.
Both of them, right? You couldn't take the rook on f5, and you can't take it now because the queen's hanging. And if you take the queen on c1, knight e2 check. Both of these players spotting brilliant tactics, but Hikaru is up several seconds.
I mean, incredible chess from both players. They're spotting difficult tactics in less than 0.1 of a second. My brain's sort of about 4 seconds behind here. And Hikaru winning that game, that was an amazing save that he found. That idea of the knight fork, incredible.
My goodness, I felt like I was watching a pendulum back and forth, back and forth. My head didn't know where to turn. The clock, the board, the queen side, the king side. That was an absolute slugfest. And Hikaru Nakamura, he takes that game. He's only down by 1 point. So it was a rough start for him. But now he is taking charge in this match. Disposition, okay, you get C7 pawn. Queens are off the board. Black doesn't look worse at first glance, but maybe those queenside pawns are a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, White has managed to grab a pawn as well. So if White can sort of stabilize, then White has good chances. But Black pieces, they're coming in. They're coming in nicely. The White rook looks really bad. F5, I love that move, trying to make the rook bad.
And G4 try to free the rook, but you can't take either E4 or G4 without dropping your F2 pawn. So bishop takes E4, the pawn, oh gosh, G3, there's a pin along that second rank. So I think you just take on F2 and you're ready to promote that pawn.
And there could be now F1 or some tactic like this
yes,
coming.
It is.
And there it is.
Smothered mate that you take with the rook, and then the rooks, both of them. First one rook to H2, then the second rook to G2. That's sick stuff.
I think that's just the only word I can think of as well. It's just sick. It is so sick how these two are playing. It's incredible chess. This is the best chess we've seen so far in this competition. Tactic after tactic, spotting everything, it seems. Can't we just have some boring endings soon, Robert? I need a bit of time off. I don't normally ask for boring chess, but I need some boring chess. Come on, guys. Just calm down. No more tactics for a while. Let me breathe.
You asked for the endgame, we have an endgame, but this isn't an ordinary endgame. White is up a pawn, but that bishop on b8, knight d7 is about to happen to trap it, but that's why f4 was a good move from Firouzja. I'm worried about the bishop on b8, but this is what happens in an endgame. You don't have enough pieces. What are you going to attack the bishop with?
Yeah, and that bishop seems to be getting out of dodge, and the extra pawn and ending, well, it does count. White knight jumps into a great position there. And the bishop's still not out of harm's way quite yet. Can you move the king back and try and trap it? Black counter-attacking.
Yeah, bishop can slide to c7, right? Oh, he saved it to d6. Unbelievable from both.
It is unbelievable, and hopefully they just repeat and I can have a breather. Still not getting a breather. Even in the endings, there's too many tactics. It's still very much in the balance. These two, it's just not much between them. I think that's clear. They are just going blow for blow. The material left on the board, I mean, again, amazing tactics there.
It's seriously amazing. Watch this. The king is going to go back to the H-file to stop the pawn. It is objectively a draw, but for the second time in the match, Hikaru is going to flag Alireza in a theoretically drawn position, in the same exact one.
Yeah. That is 2 times. Yeah, it's amazing. 2 times in a row we've had this, and it looks like Black should be completely winning, but you either stalemate or you have to give away your material. So I don't know if Alireza's getting annoyed by that ending now. I would be. I'd be getting really annoyed. And just part of the game. Flagging, it's bullet chess. You got to move quicker if you don't want to get flagged. Simple as that.
It really is that simple, but moving quickly against Hikaru, he'll punish you on the clock, but then he'll also punish you on the board. And we see him trying to push forward on the king side, but that e4 pawn, that is not a healthy pawn. And in fact, Black is significantly better, if not already objectively almost winning, because that pawn e4, it won't be long for this board. It's already under a threat twice and is picked off.
Yeah, a nice extra pawn there for Black. And you can see the bishop there consolidated by that pawn move as well. So safe extra pawn for Firouzja. This is a game that he probably needs to win psychologically to get back on track. He is a point up. And he's pushing forwards. This is another thing I like about Alireza's play. He doesn't, when he gets an advantage, he doesn't suddenly try to lock up the shop. Even though, nice tactic. Spotted there. He keeps trying to push it through. Hikaru's got his pawn back though. He's got his pawn back.
He does, and he's got some pressure against the Black king. Rook f5 is a nice move. So objectively, this position, you see the evaluation, should be a draw. And now the clock is evening up, and d5, I really like that strike from Alireza, but Hikaru's going for checkmate. Rook g4 and rook g7 was a mating threat. That's why Black had to play h5 to vacate the h6 square.
One thing that is certainly in Hikaru's favour is that he's slightly quicker on the clock. He's already flagged Firouzja twice. And here, it's an equal ending. But because of the clock time, this flagging... Oh, hang on a minute. What happened there?
Just brilliant.
What happened there?
That's all you need to know.
Oh, it's a check.
He brought the king into the bishop's line of sight, then unleashed a discovery that won him a rook. I mean, the way that both of these players are playing this match is superb. We are so fortunate to watch this, but I don't think that Black is fortunate right now because isn't White just up a piece? So Hikaru, he evens up the match, and then he drops a piece.
Yeah, he does. 7.5 all, and we have 20 minutes to go. But he's a piece down in this one, and Firouzja really he can't let Hikaru get on a run. This is one thing I've noticed from watching Hikaru. If Hikaru gets in a run, he's just like, he is leveling up every single game. He's getting that energy, and Hikaru, I think, resigns that one quickly so he can get on with the next game.
Yeah, it doesn't feel nice to be down by a piece forever, and Alireza had so much time left that it wasn't worth it to Hikaru to go on. And now, in this position, what has White done in this game? Like, yeah, you have the bishop pair, but your king's still in the center. Black is just pressing forward, and I just feel like it's a healthier structure for Black overall. And the eval bar says, Robert, you don't know what you're talking about. This is actually totally fine for White.
I'm with you, Robert. I'm with you. I don't believe in the evaluation bar. I believe in the Hess. Let's just leave the evaluation bar behind. I think Black's got all the pressure here. White's pieces, they're all snuggling on the first rank. I mean, they're being lazy, and Black is attacking. So I would much rather be Black.
Yeah, but now Hikaru says, oh wait, you want h4 to take on g3? I don't care. Let's trade knights. And that queen is getting active. The f7 pawn. Now that the f-file is open, be very, very careful if you are Alireza. But queen e3, that's not a question mark. The evaluation is saying it's about even. Get that question mark out of here. You can't give question marks unless it's a mouse slip that gives away a queen or something like that. Get that out of here. Whoa, what? Giving up f7?
Queen h6 is just saving the day there. Otherwise, it would have been checkmate. And all of a sudden, after that tactics, it says that Black is better. And this is the kind of depth that these players are seeing. It's not 1 or 2 moves. In the blink of an eye, they're seeing 5-move tactics. It's so deep.
Main one, rook f8.
We have an ending now. Oh, rook f8.
Oh,
checkmate. Completely blundered into it.
And you know what happened, Simon? He was defending really well, but then he paused. And I think when he paused, he looked at his clock and said, suddenly I'm down on time, when he was maybe even or even a couple seconds ahead. So Hikaru was relentless, putting the pressure on the Black King. But Firouzja, I think he just had that split-second bit of nerves. And actually, every time Hikaru evens it up, he follows it up with what seems like a very bad game because Firouzja's completely winning, and we're 15 moves in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a yo-yo. It's 8.5 all. If you wanted a match, this is a match. But you're right, Hikaru's getting in trouble. Maybe he's relaxing after leveling the score. It's a very easy thing to do. You level the score and you're like, whew, but you can't relax in chess. You have to play all the way to the end. White doing very well here. White a pawn up. White's bishop cutting the board in 2 there. You can't get past that bishop. And look at those pieces just floating in. The check is threatened, and maybe the rook can just slide over here. But first of all, using Harry to create more threats.
He wants to set up a mating net. Hikaru gets to the back rank just in time. Rook f8, followed by rook h8 is the mating idea. But look at Alireza go. He's just trading pieces, taking pawns. He's up 2 pawns. But Hikaru is kind of up 1 pawn over there on the king side, but the a pawn seems too fast.
The a-pawn must be too fast here. It's 2 squares away from queening. Let's see what tricks Black can do. And he tries a rook move, but losing the rook there. Pre-moving in a lost position. And again, Alireza taking a 1-point lead. But this is where Hikaru is dangerous. Hikaru wants to keep toe-to-toe with Alireza. And as soon as he goes a point down, he fights back.
Yeah, I think that Hikaru needs to find a bit of consistency because he's consistently ahead on the clock. But something about the early stages of some of these games have not been, and this is another one, right? Black is just much better because you have a healthy pawn structure and you're pushing in the center. So Hikaru, he is struggling out of the gates.
He is struggling. He's getting bad positions. I mean, he's got all the tricks, he's got all the skills, but the openings are not going very well. And does Black have some really good move like d4. Maybe he's calculating d4. This is also a good option. Well, maybe not actually, because Hikaru's now attacking.
Yeah, and Hikaru can take this e4 pawn. So suddenly it went from an awesome center for black and to a pawn down position where white is the one on the offensive. So Hikaru, he's been playing very fast. He's playing very well right now. And yeah, Hikaru is stealing a couple pawns, but his king is also a bit open.
Yeah, I would not be... Rook takes e3 looks very tempting here. I would not be entirely happy if I was white here, just because my king has a lot of air around it. And the evaluation bar thinks that white's completely winning here, but I would be scared. Okay, now the queens are off. You can breathe a bit more safer, and white has a big 2-pawn advantage here. And the score is... What's the score, Robert?
Tied.
It's level again, right?
It's once again tied. There's no separation between these two, and it goes for both of them. I know, sometimes we're like Hikaru wins a nice game or wins a bishop end game that should theoretically be a draw, and then why is there a king on d2? He mouse slipped.
I think he mouse slipped. He mouse slipped in a critical situation there. He just mouse slipped, and that has given Hikaru a pretty good position. I mean, he mouse slips. Actually, he's okay still. Normally when I mouse slip, I have to resign immediately. What happened there?
Right? We saw Danya mouse slip and lose his queen, and mouse slips usually make your position collapse. But white's up a pawn here, and ooh, that was a nice move though. Bishop c4, rook takes e4, and he goes back to f1 for that reason.
Yeah, and still, it looks like Hikaru must... again, the evaluation bar, I'm not always believing, because it must be black who's got the pressure here, surely. But just defending. Never doubt the computer. I've got to learn this. The evaluation bar is God. I'm just a mere... I don't know, peasant.
This whole game has been like super ridiculous. What's going on here? He's thinking Queen d8 is King g7. He's going for it, but that's apparently losing. There was I think he had to go Bishop f7 first, but I only know that because the eval bar reacted. What just happened there was sick. Like, Alireza mouse slips, then he gets an advantage, and he walks into a discovered check, which was the right decision at that point. So both these players have such a firm grasp of tactics and knowing when to give your opponent what seems like a chance, but they've calculated, even in split seconds, that it's not actually that dangerous.
Yeah, it's an incredible play from both of them, Robert. And, we have a situation now, though, and I don't know if this is one of the first times in the match where Hikaru has taken the lead. It might be the first situation. Really hard to keep on track even for us commentators, but Hikaru has now got a 1-point lead, and you can see Alireza getting a little bit annoyed there. Look at his body language. That's not a good sign, because you suddenly feel it. You think, I've been leading this match all the way. Why am I behind? What am I doing? And if you think like that, that's when things go horribly wrong and you can go into a rot. Hikaru also talking a bit more. So this is a dangerous part of the match for Alireza. He loses this, which he probably should do, he'd be 2 points behind. So this is danger time for Alireza.
It really is, and there is 12 minutes and about 45 seconds remaining, so even if he goes down 2, he will still have time to cut in to that lead that Hikaru has, and Hikaru is just pushing forward. Queen g7, f6. This is like an Alpha Zero game, where the queen is on h8. White actually isn't even up any material, but black can't move. In fact, that's checkmate to the queen.
I would just resign this position out of nausea. That queen was just too sickening to play on anymore. And Hikaru now takes a 2-point lead. So Firouzja, you've got to fight back in. I love this. What do you do when times are bad, Robert? You push Harry the h-pawn. That's what you do. You throw the h-pawn towards your opponent and you go for the kill. And I love what he's doing here. Look at this. This is Alireza on fire. In we go with the queen, maybe? Forcing the king up the board.
It didn't like queen takes h7, which was a free pawn with check. Maybe they're... Okay, it still says white is much better. It's taking some time. But not because of that move, apparently. It's too complicated for me.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I can't keep up with their skill level here. I don't think many players could. And Hikaru now, you can see his confidence is growing in this match. He's 2 points up. He had a lost position, but he's finding resource after resource. Saying that, white is still doing very well here. This is a game I think Alireza must win. If he doesn't win this, the match is starting to slip away.
And look at this. Both minor pieces for White defend that pass pawn. White is now up just a single pawn. It looks very, very good for him. His pawn is so advanced. But Hikaru's doing what he does best. We saw that opening sizzle of his pass, and that's a great move. You can't take on a d7 because rook h7 check. Resignation, Alireza. He once again strikes back. It's a 1-point match. Crazy stuff that we keep seeing.
Crazy stuff. Just 1 point between these two gladiators, and there is 11 minutes left, so there's plenty of play in this match. And here Hikaru with the white pieces, but he hasn't been getting great positions with white. Alireza proving that the Sicilian is a perfect opening for him. He's getting dynamic play, a good break in the center, liberating Black's pieces, and Black's better here. Black is definitely better. Again, look at those pieces that White hasn't developed here.
And the queen going to b7, saying your bishop on c1. What was that about development? No, you're not getting out of there. The b2 pawn is threatened. So Black has 2 pawns on the queen side, but they're taking care of all 3 of White's pawns. And look at the maneuvering of the pieces. Open the d file up. I have 2 rooks there. I would maybe go rook d1 right now. That's what he plays. I'd like to take over the first rank. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I saw someone in the chat just mentioning I need to watch this in slow motion, and I must admit I do feel that quite a lot when I'm trying to commentate on this. I think I'm going to go bed tonight with moves just flashing through my mind without any understanding of them. Chess.com, can you please create a slow motion button for when we watch these Legends of the Game play? So I could, when we're watching it back, we can just slow it down a little bit so I can get my cup of tea, so I can breathe, so do some yoga. It's so quick and fast, and Black is winning here, but White now creating a bit of counterplay.
Oh, he missed it. He had to go c3 because rook d2 was mate. So it wasn't just about pushing the c-pawn. He had a checkmate pattern, and now I would say that White is playing for a win. And now it's Black.
White. Yeah. Oh, it's a big game. And look at the e-pawn. The e-pawn is coming through. That was a really important win there. And it's level again. Is it level again?
It is, yeah. That was a win for Firouzja, 2 in a row.
Insane.
We're tied 11.5, 11.5. Firouzja now takes over the white pieces after evening up this match. The pawn structure, this reminds me of the match we saw earlier where Bortnick kept getting these double pawns, but he would get an outpost for his knight. Here, I think because the king is weak, that white should be the side for choice.
Yeah, and it's all about that king safe. You mentioned many times before, in bullet chess, you want to have the safer king. This is it looks like a great defensive move, but the evaluation bar does not agree. This rook coming in, and now white should be able to pick up a pawn here. Oh, but look at that tactic. It doesn't even work, but what a tactic it was.
I was so busy calculating, could that rook take a free pawn? And speaking of free pawns, he wants to nibble because that queen can go all the way back to g1. So his queen gets to take on b7 with check. 2 extra pawns for white, but now it's 1, and this king may not be able to escape all the checks.
Black has at least a draw here, but Hikaru wondering if he can try to bring his knight in somehow to get some advantage, and I think he probably had to take the draw. And well, it's 12 all with 7 minutes 45 to go. If this does not go down to tiebreak, I would be shocked. I can't see how one player can get a 2-point lead in this match. It's just so close.
It really is. And look at this game. White is throwing an avalanche of pawns up the king side. And Black saying, your king looks okay for now. But there we see the advantage starting to turn a little bit. And queen f2 was a mistake. I'm not entirely sure what would have taken advantage of it. But knight b6 was Hikaru's plan. And that knight on b6 has to retreat. And can Black open up the a file? That's the big question.
It looks like white's coming through first, though, right? I mean, those white pawns, they're getting right near to the black king, but where is the breakthrough? Black has got some kind of blockade, and I think Hikaru's done a bit of premature attaculation here. He's gone a little bit too fast in the position, and did he not? I mean, he could have done this a little bit slower. It's Black's time to attack now.
Yeah, rook a8, queen a5 should deliver a checkmating idea. But the big problem for Black is the king is in the corner, and knight takes a6, you take back. That is going to be a checkmate. But, the rook was hanging. What in the world? They're zigging and zagging, and I can't keep up.
Robert, I can't keep up with this as well. Where's that slow motion button? This old man needs the slow motion. And it looked like white was completely winning, but now the white king is the king that is in trouble. And this white king is trying to get out of all the problems. Can he survive here?
Whoa. Oh my gosh.
Ridiculous draw. Absolutely ridiculous draw there.
And I think Hikaru went up to d4, knowing that Alireza was going to queen e5, is hovering over the square. But I also think he realized, nope, don't do that, because if I play to win, I'm playing to lose. And so we still have a tied match. We have a locked match. We have a locked position right now. And we'll see, can black get in this move b5? That's the break that you need to get some play over there on the queen side. Whereas white is very, very solid in this position. I have to say, I like Firouzja's chances once again.
So, but again, who's got the attack? And black has the attack here. You can if you can lock it down on the king side before we have a chance to discuss any position. It's a totally different position, Robert. That's the problem I'm getting. They're moving so quick, finding such accurate ways to respond, and it might just be very much in the balance here. Black getting a lot of pressure actually now.
Yeah,
what's the score?
Way too soon. Right? Look at this. Black sacrificed the pawn, but was completely dominating because the side that controls the pawn breaks is typically the side with the advantage. And black controlled them, took this pawn on b2. The knight on e4, the g5 pawn can be captured, and h3 might be next.
Yeah, and under 5 minutes now. And it's danger zone because if one side wins, they win the next one, they go to that golden 2-point edge. And black is still dominating here because the white king is absolutely trapped. The c-pawn's coming through. Hikaru taking a big, big win there. And if Hikaru wins the next one, he gets that golden 2-point lead. So Firouzja with the black pieces, this is a pressure game for him.
Yeah, what a game there by Hikaru. Have to give him his roses, his round of applause. That was really excellent stuff. And now Hikaru with the white side going for an attack. Watch out. There's e5 ideas in many positions, but you will remove the attacker with knight takes d3 in these positions. So be very, very careful if you are Firouzja. He gets rid of that most aggressive piece. I have to say that in classical games, I like this from the white side. In bullet, I tend to like the pair of bishops.
Yes, we have that situation. The bishops versus the knights. If black king can, again, keep itself safe, I'm really liking black here. And it looks like the black king is not in really any danger. Hikaru opening up the position, and that's very dangerous because the two bishops love open structures. And I think the winning piece here could well be black's light square bishop on that diagonal, pointing all the way towards white's queen and king. So Firouzja, I think he's got to, again, we have games where you must get a result. And with 3 minutes to go, this is a game where Firouzja, I think he must win this position. He won't get a better position than this. Complicated though. He
gave his queen.
He dropped his queen.
What was he doing?
Dropped his queen.
Oh my gosh. He could have taken on e4 with check, for example, but he gives up his queen, and now his rook is hanging too. He got to resign. He needs to start the next game as soon as possible.
He's got to resign here. There's nothing to do, and it's going to be a 2-point lead. As soon as I say it, the commentator's curse. Wow. The commentator's curse. I say that he's got to win that game. And what happened there? You think he just dropped his queen? It's as simple as that.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was trying to go for an attack. He couldn't see the finale, the devastating blow, and he just gives up his queen. So now Alireza with the white pieces, he needs to win this game. And he might play his h4, h5 stuff. He gave up a pawn over there on the queen side, but he's going for that king side. Bishop takes c5. That was a pin.
It was a pin, yeah. I mean, he's going for straight in with the attack instead, and he's getting rid of this dark square bishop. And this is a really just double-edged situation. Black's attacking, white's attacking. Black might be threatening a rook sacrifice. And here comes Harry the H-pawn. I mean, for Alireza, you've got to win this game. If we want to keep the match going, white has to land a blow.
I think, based on how much time is left, Alireza can afford to draw this game, and he will get one more opportunity. Reminder to everybody, it's win by 2 points. So if Alireza can win at least one game before the match clock fully expires, he's in this, but he's losing this game. There's a rook and a queen right in his king's face, and I think there's queen a3, and then rook takes a2, and queen slides into b2, and that's mate, and that would be the match.
Oh, and there's 1 minute 20 or so left, and the white king is in a desperate situation, and the time, and he's won. He's gone 3 points up. Look at that. He is nodding his head. Is that like the crazy frog? It reminds me of something. But that is the match. That, I feel, is the match.
And
unbelievable.
We see the comments from chat coming in there. Hikaru good. Hikaru is not good. Hikaru is great. This is greatness on full display. He was down early in the match. It didn't seem like he was in his best form, but that's what Alireza does to people. I think sometimes we think when games aren't going your way, oh, they're playing badly. I think Alireza was giving Hikaru just the biggest challenge that you could possibly give Hikaru, and he's going to win this match. He might even win this game to make it a 4-point spread, but it was much closer than the final score could indicate because this felt knotted up throughout the whole way.
It only started going in Hikaru's favour towards the end of the match. Actually, at the start of the match, Alireza was doing very, very well, and yeah, it's a sign of a champion, obviously, to fight back so well. But this, to me, of the matches I've seen, has been such an incredibly high standard for bullet chess. I mean, I think if most grandmasters are playing some of the tactics they've been playing in classical chess, they'd be pretty happy. But in bullet chess, what a match that was. And I think now we can see we have the result, and we have Hikaru going through. And Robert, well, one of the best matches I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was epic. And that word is often overused as cliche, but not here, as Hikaru Nakamura stays in the winner's bracket. He beats Alireza Firouzja, makes it to the grand final. He sends Alireza down to the loser's final, where he will await the winner of Daniel Naroditsky versus Magnus Carlsen. But Firouzja, he lost the match, but that final score, 4-point difference between two, that's not what it was. This match could have gone either way, and a couple breaks would have changed it, but Hikaru, we showed that video before the start of the match. Simon, he's so darn good. He's so darn resourceful. And he's a nightmare opponent for anybody. He just doesn't go down without swinging. He refuses to lose.
Yeah, I mean, he never gives up, and he seems to find gears upon gears. I mean, sign of a true champion. You get in a bad situation, you try to give it your all, and you have to find something. And Hikaru just finds something. I'm not even sure what it is, but he's got just unlimited next gears to go through. A brilliant match. We have to remind everyone that luckily for Firouzja, Alireza's fans, he's not out of the competition because that's the first time he's lost, so he's going to get his second chance. But so far, Hikaru proving dominant, winning all of his games.
Yeah, Hikaru is an absolute force, and Alireza stays alive. He will play tomorrow, as will Hikaru, as he awaits the winner of the loser's bracket. But before we send you a goodbye, can't even speak, it's been such a long day, we're going to have an interview with Hikaru Nakamura. So Simon and I will regain our composure, we'll refresh ourselves, and when we're back, it's Hikaru Nakamura. So leave your questions in the chat for when we return.
That is it. Still plenty of options and opportunities left. All right, next one. You ready?
Yes.
Let's do it. Kasparian study. White to move.
Okay, I know this one.
You know it.
It's not fair. Queen a3, rook d2, rook b2, rook b2.
Very good.
It's Kasparian.
Kasparian study, yes?
Yeah.
Looks kind of familiar. But... okay, yeah. Rook d2, rook b2, rook b1.
So how do you start?
Queen a3, rook a2, rook d2, d2,
rook takes a3, rook b2, rook a2, rook b1. Very nice, very nice. Well done.
Okay. So it's queen a3 check, rook a2, then rook d2, rook a3, rook b2, rook a3, rook b1.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice, yes. Impressive knowledge. Another study. I mean, if you know this one, I'll be mightily impressed. White to move.
Okay, this one I don't know. So it's 10 seconds as well?
10 seconds.
Oh. Yeah. Bishop b6, c5, queen b8, b6.
King c8.
King c8, king e4.
h4.
h4. Now I have to... Yes, king f5 and king
h5
e4.
and king e4.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Is king e4 the final move? Bishop b6, queen b6, c5, queen b8, b6, king c8, king e4.
Yes, h4.
And king f5.
h5.
And king e4.
King e4 back. Yeah, very nice. Well done.
Okay, this one is a bit difficult, I can say. So I guess bishop takes b6.
Yes.
Queen b6. c5.
Yes.
Queen b8. b6. King c8. c7. Queen b7.
c7 might not be correct.
Oh, king e4. King e4. Yes.
h4.
h4. You have pawn on g3, h4, and h6, right?
Yes.
Okay, then king f5,
h5,
king e4. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah.
That's the one. Very nice.
Yeah.
What a match that was, and we are delighted to be joined by Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, first off, congratulations. How do you feel having taken down Alireza?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very tough match, obviously. I got up to a pretty bad start, and it just felt like I was trying to claw my way back into it after the start. I mean, I think he started off really well, and then it's sort of in the middle. There was a period where it just seemed like he ran out of steam, kind of, because... I mean, it's obviously like I would win a few, then he would win a few, and it would get back to like 3 or 4. I think like 2 times that happened. So yeah, I mean, I think I think it's just you stay in the match, you try to just do all that you can to find a way through.
Yeah, brilliant match there, Hikaru. Loads of people just really enjoying that one, including myself. And could you tell us how you think this match compared to other bullet chess matches that you've had with Alireza?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious match to compare it with is the match in 2021, still during the pandemic, where Alireza beat me. I think it was a 1 hour format, if I'm not mistaken. It's funny because that match was actually almost the exact opposite of this match, in that I started out very fast. I think I was up by 3 or 4, and then there was a break so that Chess.com could run some ads. And because of that, Alireza was able to come back stronger, and then he ended up taking the lead and winning that match at the very end. So, that's the match I think of. Of course, like I said, it was completely opposite, but nonetheless, I think both of these matches show that Alireza is no joke at all. I mean, he found some amazing moves. Like, I thought there was this end game where he plays bishop takes a7, and I think I ended up winning that game, but I thought that was a game where I felt like he was going to turn around. It was going easily, and then he found this like bishop b8, knight d5, f4, all this stuff, and he didn't end up losing the bishop. And he's a great bullet player.
Well, you flagged him in the same exact position 2 different times, those theoretically drawn positions. I mean, did you feel throughout that match, and was it your preparation, that the clock would be one of your biggest advantages?
I mean, I didn't think that I wasn't thinking of the clock as being an advantage, but the one thing that I remember from Alireza when I played him in 2021 is he actually has become what I would say the new Andrew Tang, I think, for lack of a better way of putting it, where Andrew Tang used to be the guy who could get really low on time, like maybe around 10-ish seconds or a little bit below 10 seconds, and then just like boom, 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 play every move and just blow you off the board. And I do remember even from the last match that Alireza has that ability where he can get really low and you think you're going to win, but he's able to show just amazing technique. And, I did that sort of around, like I would say game 5 or 6 was in my mind that I needed to try and press him on the clock. And I think, I started changing my openings a little bit. I started getting certain positions that were a little bit easier to play. I don't want to give away too much, but during the match, I was tinkering quite a bit. And I think I sort of figured it out by like the end of the match, what I should do.
And how do you think your bullet chess game has sort of evolved since past editions of this championships?
Well, I mean, I think first of all, I've gotten a little bit worse than I used to be, but I think everyone else has just gotten much better. I mean, Alireza, I probably would have like double adopted him like Amin Ohanian at this like 5 or 6 years ago, but I think I've gotten maybe a little bit slower. Actually, it's kind of prophetic because a lot of things I've said on my stream about things to not avoid or things to avoid in these matches happened today. First of all, I was a little bit slow. My brain was freezing up at some critical moments where I couldn't find a move and I would use like 5 or 6 seconds. And all these things are happening today. So, it's just tough. Everyone's getting better, and I still can compete, but there's going to come a time, probably in the next year or two, when I won't be able to win these matches. But at least today, it seemed to be good enough.
Hey, you're a great champion, and everyone loves to see you play, and they also love to ask some questions. So we're gonna feature this question from Chilimo, and this is a really good one. Do you think the result would have been different if the match was 30 instead of 45 minutes?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, this is another thing that I was saying before the event started. I was very worried about the 30-minute format because I do feel that if you get off to a slow start in the 30-minute format, you're just toast. I mean, if this was a 30-minute match, I'd lose this match. And actually, now that I think about it, I did play Alireza in 2020, I think, in the Bullet Chess Championship, and that was, I believe, a 30-minute match, and quite similar to this one. The score didn't get to, I think, 6.5, 2.5, but I think he was up by 2 or 3 from the get-go, and then I won like 4 in a row to win the match at the very end. But 30 minutes is obviously very scary to play, and I think that 45 minutes gave me a chance. I'm very lucky I played him when I did, rather than when it was a 30-minute format. Because in 30 minutes, I would have just lost this match. Because also, when I was down by like the 4 games, I would have started stressing. Because with less time, you start stressing when you're like 15 minutes. And you're down by that much. So I would have lost the match if it was 30 for sure.
And we have another question from the chat here. And I think a lot of people are wondering how excited you are. I don't know if that's the right word, but how you're feeling about facing potentially Magnus Carlsen in the final here.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't care. I mean, it's hard to believe that anything can top today, whether I win or lose. But yeah, I mean, if I play Magnus, that's fine. I mean, Magnus has to beat Danya and Alireza. I mean, if we get there, I'll take my chances. But as I've said in relation to the Chess Champions Tour, since it has the same format as this, it's great when you stay alive in the winners bracket because it just means you avoid so many dangerous players. I mean, I don't care. I mean, having to play one of Magnus or Alireza, I'm happy with that. I mean, if you told me tomorrow I have to play Danya and then Magnus and then Alireza again, like I'd probably like just like not show up if I had to play all those monsters. But yeah, I think if I play Magnus, it's great. Again, he seemed really on form at moments today, but he has to beat Danya and he's got to beat Alireza. I mean, I would say that if Alireza plays the way he did against me today, I think he's going to beat Magnus. But I mean, we just wait and see.
Okay, well, I was going to ask you to make a prediction, so instead, I will ask the very serious question coming from Max in chat. Seriously, Hikaru, Barbie or Oppenheimer?
Sorry, what?
Barbie or Oppenheimer? Pick one.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, I didn't catch the E at the end of Barbie. I mean, I would go watch Barbie if you made me pick one. That's what I would do.
Well, you know what? No shame in that. I think everybody in chat, most people, if they're honest, they would probably choose the same. But Hikaru, we'll let you go.
Well, but you know,
really
Robert, you know, it's 2023. You know, you have to be like kind of more correct about things in this day and age. So I think for that reason, a lot of people would say Oppenheimer. Let's leave it at that.
Nah. I mean, I'm more excited to see Barbie myself. Simon, you got to get in here. You're the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I'll go Barbie as well. It seems like, why not, you know? So.
Oh, well, Hikaru, I know you're on stream, so we'll let you get back to your awesome community. But congratulations. That was seriously an amazing match.
Yeah, thank you so much. And obviously, I mean, a big shout out to all the fans who watched. And obviously, Alireza, I mean, it was a great match. And I mean, he very easily could have won it too. So I think it was great for everybody. And looking forward to playing either Alireza or Magnus tomorrow. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay, excited to see you then, Hikaru.
See you guys.
Best of luck tomorrow. Well, that was an awesome interview after an awesome match. And Hikaru Nakamura, he's made his way to the grand final, and he awaits somebody from the losers bracket. He just named Magnus or Alireza, and Magnus has to get through Daniel Naroditsky, and then whoever wins between them has to get through Alireza just for the chance to play against Hikaru. But I noticed that he doesn't think that Danya's chances are that high, and I think that's fair. Magnus and Alireza are the favorite from the losers bracket, but Danya, the way he's been playing, it means that he can definitely swing with Magnus or Alireza.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting. I mean, I don't really know what to say after today. It was that last match has just kind of blown my mind a little bit. I mean, I was trying to keep up with the tactics, and I'm normally able to follow most of the stuff being a grandmaster, but in that one, it was just too much, Robert. The speed that they were thinking was from another world. It was just remarkable, and I think we watched something quite special in that match.
It definitely was special. That's a good word for it. And something that's special, but maybe not featuring super GMs, but superstars of the online creation sphere. PogChamps 5. It starts late July. The wait is over. 16 of the world's biggest creators will go head-to-head in the greatest event in amateur chess, brought to you by Chess.com and PogChamps legend Ludwig. Watch your favorite creators like Cutie Cinderella, Sea-Dog VA, XQC, I Did a Thing, and more fight for their share of a $100,000 prize fund and a ticket to the live finals, yes, live finals, in Los Angeles. Use the command POG in chat for all the details. And that starts in late July. Before any of that, of course, we have tomorrow's championship Friday in the Bullet Chess Championship. So, Simon, any final thoughts about today and what to expect tomorrow?
I mean, it was a great day of chess today. There was so much just brilliant stuff going on everywhere. I mean, the highlight was clearly that last match, but we had Magnus Carlsen also playing, a very high standard. And getting to the sort of crescendo of the whole competition to the end, we're gonna find out who the champion is. And I know, we heard Hikaru maybe not write off Magnus. Of course, you can never write off Magnus, but saying it's going to be incredibly hard for him to go through first Danya and then Alireza. But one thing we know about champions and people like Magnus is that, which Hikaru did today, is that they fight that much harder when their back is tied against the wall. And I can still see a Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura final. And, I think, well, I don't even know if it's secretly, but that's the final I want to see. and it's still very possible.
Well, if Magnus is going to win this event, he'll have to win 4 matches tomorrow, because first, he squares off against Daniel Naroditsky. The winner of that one takes on Alireza Firouzja. The winner of that goes up to the grand final to take on Hikaru Nakamura, and if someone from the loser's bracket wins, they'll have to win a second time. It's a double elimination format, so somebody may have to win 4 total matches to take the first place prize. But coming up soon is the Blitz Champ Stanford. You will not want to miss that. That starts, I think, in like 30 minutes. So get a little bit of a refreshment, walk around, get some fresh air, and then come back for more chess. Continue celebrating international chess with Blitz Champs right after this.
Yeah, it's hard work following the chess, you know.